Welcome to my basement, everybody. Oh, that's the first time I've spoken. I've got frogs in my throat. I've been running around a little bit trying to get everything all set up. Good Thursday morning to you. I'm allowed to finally start talking about the Xbox Series X. Thank you for joining me, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me all right. I see The Last Disciple is in here. We've got a bunch of people in here. Graham Coombe. We've got Grover Cartley. Is that right? Grover Karticke, hi there, was the first one in the room. Thank you for being there. Hip Hop Dan is here. I'm just going to raise this up just a little bit. Pardon the mic noise. One sec. There we go. That's better. Who else we've got? Goku is here. Yes, it's going to be a good day if Goku is here. Kratos70 is here. I'll stop fiddling with this in a sec. I know it sounds bad. Kratos70 is here. Paul Adamson, Pathetic Earthling, Epsilon Eagle. Epsilon Eagle says, my Series X has been confirmed to arrive on Tuesday. I'm super stoked. I'll tell you what, I was super stoked to unbox this not too long ago. I hope some of you watched that video. I had a lot of fun putting that together. I've been doing a lot of live streaming this week because there is a lot to talk about, and I honestly can't keep up if I edit every single thing that I do. So that's what I decided to do with this. I could have put a whole sort of video together with lots of beauty shots of everything and lots of B-roll, but I think what everybody really wants to see is this thing live in action, and that's what we're going to do. I've got some specific games that I'm not allowed to show off, and you might see them in the menu, but I can't show them because they haven't been fully, they're either under embargo or they haven't been fully optimized for Series X. So there are some that have been optimized for Series X and some that I am going to show you. And I have to tell you, it's been difficult to kind of keep embargo straight and to also think about what previous gen games are working now and what's been what's been updated to work on this machine and what works with quick resume the best, and what kinds of enhancements I was going to see. And I have a caveat, obviously, on this stream. I'm streaming at 1080p. So hopefully it's coming in at 1080p, 60 frames per second, and this looks all right. This is the baby that I'm playing off of right here. This is the Xbox Series X. This is the box that it comes in. I like this Power Your Dreams logo behind there. And this is a pretty hot machine, not literally, in terms of power. It's actually not hot at all. There's a fan right at the top of this thing. It runs silent, and it runs very cool. And it's such a sleek, sort of nondescript device. It feels like it kind of feels like something Batman would have in the cave, if you know what I mean. Like, it just works beautifully sitting right next to my TV. I put it because it's big, and I prefer to have it kind of 2001: A Space Odyssey obelisk or monolith like. I like to see it. And I'm going to do the same thing with the PlayStation 5 when it comes out. I mean, they spent some R&D and some time to kind of make these things look cool. And this does look cool. It's just the sleek shape beside my TV with that, your dreams are powered kind of Xbox logo right beside my TV, and it's very sleek and very elegant. Let's talk a little bit about the specs in this thing. It's got 8 cores. It runs at 3.8 gigahertz. It's got a custom Zen 2 CPU, so they work with AMD. It's got 12 teraflops. We've heard about these teraflops for a long time. It's got a 7 nanometer enhanced chip in there. It's got 16 gigs of RAM. And it's got a memory bandwidth of 10 gigabytes, and it's got some internal storage of 1 terabyte NVMe SSD. There's a lot of terms and technical stuff that comes in my head. I know it's powerful. I know it's going to do some incredible things. It's going to be fast and quick to load and quick to transition between games, and it's going to allow you to access that SSD quite a bit for opening up huge open world areas quickly. But honestly, you guys know me. I like to talk about the experience that I have, the artistic, creative experience that I have when I play games on a platform like this. I'll talk a little bit before I jump on board. I know you guys want to see some games, and I've got some stuff queued up. But I'll talk a little bit about the new controller. I put it into a couple of thumbnails I know it's been around, but I had some embargoes on when I received this about when I could start to talk about it. But I sneakily put this into a couple of thumbnails. I think you can pick this up right now, and I know that this works with the PCs and with the Xbox One platforms. It feels very much like an Xbox One controller. It has a share button, which you can program to do different things. And one of the things that I've done is I've been able to make it so I press that and it automatically records 30 seconds of what has just happened, which then I can upload to a OneDrive account, and then I can download that and start to use that as B-roll, which is incredibly practical and very useful. It's kind of like the capture button that you have on the Nintendo Switch. And you could do all of that before on the Xbox One, but you had to press the Xbox logo button and then go into the menus a little bit. And it was a little bit more clunky and cumbersome, and sometimes I would miss stuff. I've already found that there are moments that I'm capturing with this that I am not missing. The one thing that I haven't kind of, I'll get into the HDR stuff in a little bit. The other thing that this controller really kind of presents is that it's got more grip on the back of it. So it's got a tactility and a tangibility that I really appreciate and enjoy. I like the heft and the weight of it. It's been super fun to play games with this so far. And there's also a little bit of a scratchy kind of adhesion or a little bit of a grippy surface on the trigger buttons, which makes it feel a little bit different. And I also feel the pushback on the trigger buttons as well. There's some kind of functionality in there that gives you a little bit more feedback as you're pressing in on the triggers. All of which adds up to this being an exceptional controller. I really dig this. I liked what Xbox did with the latest updates to the Xbox One controllers, and this just tweaks it a little bit. Doesn't really change the formula too much, but it was working, quite frankly, and this just tunes it and makes it that much nicer. And it's been a little bit frustrating to have. I've had to review a couple of things on the Xbox One X, and that's still an incredible machine. But I didn't switch the controller over to the Xbox One X. So this has been sitting there with a game that I could play on this, but I really felt like I had to play it on the Xbox, and that was Watch Dogs. I had to play it on the Xbox One X with a fine controller, but it was a last gen controller, because that was all last gen. We're in the next gen now. And it's been like, I just want to make that leap. I just want to move over there. And honestly, we aren't quite there yet as reviewers. I keep bouncing back and forth between the Xbox One X and the Xbox Series X on specific titles, because some of the stuff is still being, hot fixed and patched just before this machine launches. But what's extraordinary about this system, and what you'll see a little bit today, is how much backwards compatibility factors into the experience, especially if you sign up for a Game Pass account and you unlock, hundreds, over 100 games that you can play right out of the gate, which is pretty damn cool. So with all that being said, let's take a look at some games, all right? And I think we're going to have one that might be familiar to some of you right now. This is Batman Arkham Knight, and unfortunately what we're not seeing in the stream is a sense of, the HDR upgrades that happen on backwards compatibility games and backwards compatible games. This system has engineering that automatically crafts an HDR output that is absolutely beautiful, and it makes a huge difference on classic games. And it honestly, I have an OLED television from LG that's from 2016, and it's been a sweet machine during the PlayStation 4 Pro and the Xbox One X era. But it's gone to a different level. When I've thrown in classic titles and they've received an HDR upgrade, and it's just been so elegant and so beautiful, it's been staggering. So what I want to do is I want to go into Gotham here for a second, and then I'm not going to play too much of this or probably any one of the games for too long, because you guys have all seen these games. This is one of my favorite games. I love this franchise so much. And obviously one of the cool things about this game, which is arguable for some people, is the fact that you can hop into the Batmobile and then tear around Gotham City. So let's go take a look at that. And I think you're going to notice that things just load a little bit quicker and a little bit smoother. Now, this is still running, I believe, at 30 frames per second. It doesn't upgrade it to 60 frames per second, but you are going to see some things that I load up that will auto start running at 30 frames per second. And it's unfortunate that I haven't got the tech yet to stream in HDR and 4K. I've researched a little bit of it, and there are some things that I could kludge together and figure it out. But I feel like I'd be making the wrong choice if I upgraded now. I feel like let these machines launch and let Elgato and AverMedia and some of the other players out there come up with some solutions that will best satisfy that, and I'll probably have to upgrade the computer I'm streaming off of and everything, but I can't do that all at the same time. I think I would go insane, and I would make my family very angry if I spent all that money. So I'm going to wait a bit, which I think is the smart play, before I upgrade to 4K and HDR streaming, but we're going to be able to do that. Okay, so I'm driving just like I drove in the UK. All right, so I want to play this game, but I can't. So, yeah, right away I noticed that this was the smoothest playing Batman Arkham Knight experience that I've been able to appreciate. I'm driving better than I did in Watch Dogs. Batman Basement Gaming is saying. Okay. All right, so now let's do, hopefully Titanfall 2 is going to load up for me right away. Let's take a look here. So we're going to jump into My Games and Apps. We'll go in here. And so I've got Titanfall 2, which I played a little bit of not too long ago. Where is it? I didn't delete it by accident, did I? Oh, no, there it is. Okay. Quick resume. Okay, so I'm in the middle of... I'm in the middle of a game in here, and hopefully it takes me right. Yep, it did. So I loaded from one game into another. That's a little taste of how incredible Quick Resume is. And I have to tell you, this game completely took my breath away. All of the HDR and the blooming and the light, you know, the light quality and the action of this game. This has really stood the test of time, this title, but the enhancements that are auto-applied from the Xbox Series, the Xbox Series X, just insane, just beautiful. And it was like, I played this for much longer than I really should have because I had other things that I have to review. But it you know, as you can see, it's an incredibly difficult game to. All right, so this guy's on my team. All right. I can't remember where I am in the story, but if you guys have never played Titanfall 2, get after it. Oh, is this guy a bad guy? Okay, he's just showing me that there's robots out there. Okay. So again, you're not seeing HDR light. You're not seeing all of the beauty that is capable of this game in a stream. But it does run at a rock-solid 60 frames a second. Oh, these guys are my guys. And it's just a gorgeous, action-packed experience. Ooh, corrosive. Don't go through the toxic slug. Titanfall 2's campaign is one of the best in the last decade. I can understand not wanting to put it down. Yeah, I mean, it instantly hooked me. And I didn't want to stop playing. I haven't played the campaign in a while, so I just felt like, oh my god, I want to indulge myself. I want to just get lost in this and redo it again. And I have to tell you that playing it on the Series X with the enhancements, insane. And just how, like, it wasn't even on the list. It wasn't like Xbox sent me a whole list of titles that they knew they had checked out and everything had been enhanced. But this was a game that I wanted to load up again and just see, and just to see that it did work perfectly and it was gorgeous. And I saw the little HDR notification pop up on my screen. I don't even know if HDR was a part of the initial launch of this game. They might have patched it later, and then they did. Let's see. Hey Vic, I have an old Xbox One VCR. Looking forward to the Series X, though I didn't pre-order. Vic, can you recommend a good priced gaming TV? I've heard good things about the what's the company? TCL. They seem to have some reasonably priced 4K TVs, but there's a lot to look into now because you want TVs that have 2.1 HDMI capability, and you want them to play up to 120 frames per second in 4K, and not every 4K TV is capable of doing that. Samsung is going to be sending me an OLED screen, and I'll be using that to test these games at, because my OLED does not do 120 frames per second. And there's a checklist actually in the front end of the Xbox. It'll auto detect what your TV is kind of capable of, and it gives you like a report card. And I did pretty well even on this 2016 device, but there are other benefits that you get from a more modern TV. I kind of feel, and once I get this OLED, I'll definitely talk about it from LG, and I'll incorporate it into my reviews and stuff. But again, this is emerging technology. This 4K at 60 frames, eventually maybe 4K at 120 frames per second gaming on a television. I know the PCs have been able to do that for a while. I mean, hell, the new NVIDIA cards are touting 8K video gaming. But it's emerging technology for television, so I don't think it would be inappropriate to kind of get the machines, check them out on whatever you got now, and then do some research. And then what happens in January is the Consumer Electronics Show kicks off, and all the new TVs are announced. So and because of that, a lot of the sort of the best of the television sets that are out right now drop in price, and then you can get a clear idea of where you're going with this. But I would imagine that once these systems launch, there are going to be a lot of TVs that work perfectly in concert with them, and that matchup will make a little bit more sense. It is weird, right? Like when you make I think this has been true for many generations of gaming. When you make that generational leap, it's not just a console you're picking up. You're really thinking of your whole home theater setup, the surround sound, the speakers that you have, the receiver that you have, the TV that you have, the cables that you use, all of that comes into play. And these machines are such high fidelity monsters, both PS5 and Xbox Series X and Series S, that it forces you to do a whole rethink on it. And not to mention, where you're going to put them in your entertainment center as well, right? Because they're not tiny. They're not tiny, these little ones. Or these ones. Let's see. I'll get a Series X when Hellblade launches. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a lot of choice right now, between the two machines and what Nintendo's got, and certainly. Ooh, these guys are bad guys too. Okay. You see what I mean? This game is just unreal. It's my favorite FPS. Just looks incredible. I mean, I'm playing this on a 1080p monitor, and it still looks so good. Where'd he go? Oh. Oh. So rad. Mike Williams, this is Titanfall 2. And I've been talking a little bit about the backwards compatibility and how HDR is kind of programmed into the machine. It's this very specific HDR tech that Microsoft worked into the Xbox Series X, and and I believe it's in the S. I don't have an S, so I haven't been able to test out how the S compares to the X. But I believe that it's all built into the system. So even if you're playing a non-HDR game, and let's jump to another one right now, one that I definitely don't think, well, it sucks because I can't show this in the stream. I haven't figured out how to stream HDR content yet, and I will. But it's such a surreal thing to throw on, Red Dead Redemption, and HDR pops up. But hopefully you'll be able to see some enhancements here, even like in terms of frame rate and stuff. So I haven't played this in a little bit, but you'll be able to see how this is from a cold load. How long it takes for the game to kind of go right back into the Xbox 360 version of Red Dead Redemption. I am playing on the Xbox Series X cheeky monkey alt stuff TV. I'm pretty sure you know that I'm playing on an Xbox Series X right now. Talion Ranger saying my TV is good enough. I'd be fine with a 1080p. I don't care for 4K. All right, so let's see. Is there any Xbox Series X games that I can show you? I don't know if I can. I'll check the menu.
So, how do you feel?
I don't know the polite word for it.
I do. Stupid is the word we use around here. What were you doing?
I was doing something stupid.
Well, you'll be okay. Once you didn't die, the doctor said you'd be fine. He got the bullets out a couple days ago.
Good.
It cost us $15.
I'm sorry, madam.
I mean, this looks good to me on this TV. This is Mike Williams saying this looks great. This looks good to me on this TV. It looked incredible on my 4K HDR TV. It was like, certainly lower poly and the texture details and stuff looked dated, but it looked like totally fantastic still. Like just a gorgeous game. Almost like a stylized interpretation of Red Dead 2, which is going to look a lot more photoreal.
Give Mr. Williamson a chance. For old time's sake.
You know Bill Williamson?
Knew him.
Does Lost Planet work on this thing? I'm not sure.
What was he like?
Yeah, there's Bonnie Elliott Jones.
Just like you.
Thank you, miss.
I obviously haven't played every one of the backwards compatible games that are on there. And I do have to be honest, like I saw some of you guys were talking about the storage on here. It has 1 terabyte of storage. It's easy to fill that up. And I'm still on the 1X, so I haven't taken the external hard drive that I have games on from there and plugged it into the back of the Series X. So I haven't done that yet because I've been using both machines. But eventually that gets retired and this becomes the main thing. So I'll have a lot of my classic stuff on and an external standard hard drive, an external hard drive that's not SSD. And then I'll use the SSD here for the modern games that are kind of built to this machine. But it's interesting. I mean, I think a lot of the launch titles for... I have some new games that have been enhanced for Series X that I can show off. But they're also they're cross-platform. They're also on the Xbox One. But this looks pretty dope to me. I don't know. Even at 1080p, this looks really freaking good to me. I mean, it just looks hyper detailed and clean. And I just plugged the HDMI in. I didn't do any tuning. I didn't do any tweaking. I just made sure that it was running, and I went with the stream. So I didn't do anything in the filters on OBS or anything like that. This is all just clean, straight out of the Xbox Series X. I don't know what we're going to get visually. So I'm supposed to go over to Bonnie. Again, this is another game where the minute you're in, it just takes you back emotionally to the moments of playing this, and it was hard to stop. It was hard to put this down and play something else. Look, you can see the haze being kicked off by the dust in the background, by the heat. It's incredible. Hello, chicken. I love the Series X for, its immediate access to some incredible classic games like this, It's great. I love the fact that your library lives with you like that. It's fantastic.
Living, I see.
Figured it's about time I started paying back that $15.
Well, no time to waste.
Ken has got some angry emojis. I don't know what's going on there. Italian Ranger, you can see some atmosphere in this game, yes. Hey, Vic, has quarantine inspired you to continue doing EP at home and working solo, or are you itching to get back to the studio and working with a crew? Museum of Skin, I'm very, very much itching to get back to a studio and work with a crew. But I want to do it safely, of course. But the thing that really brought it into to the forefront for me was actually trying to shoot some of the Mario Kart Live this week, which is incredible. I just didn't feel comfortable showing off my whole house in the video, and I thought, man, it's time to have a space again. You know, it's time to have a studio space to do some fun things with. But of course, I miss the collaborative elements of it as well. I miss dropping out. Hey, Ken, are you gonna keep doing that, bud? Because if you are, I'm gonna drop you out of the chat. Okay? So let's stop with that. You're welcome to make comments and have some combos, but nobody wants to see a wall of emojis. All right, here we go.
And here's the corral. This one's for the horses. What do you think?
I'm no expert, but it certainly looks like a fine corral.
I suspect you've stolen more horses than you've broken. Try to keep up, will you?
How do I...
Easy.
Will you be doing the...
Come on, Mr. Marston. Pick
Will
up
I
the
be
pace.
doing an Xbox Series S live stream as well? I don't have the S. I've asked for one, and you know, both Microsoft and Sony, and I feel for them. They've just been killing it, right? Like they've been getting them to different people, and media is so smeared and so spread out in so many different ways, and they must get a million requests. And Xbox, hooked me up early, which I greatly appreciated. It's been super fun to get onto this thing, but I know, like, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and they're trying to deal with, this influx of requests and orders and pre-orders. I just tweeted today that PlayStation 5 in Canada is only going to be available through online orders, and it's just been a nightmare to be able to pre-order that machine and the Xbox Series X. So, long story short, I'm absolutely fine that Microsoft doesn't have an S for us to check out yet. But I'm sure they will, and we'll definitely do that as well. And I'll definitely do some comparison videos. I think it's pretty exciting that they have given consumers some options that way, and the pricing on the S is pretty damn impressive. I do have to say, though, that the Xbox One X is still an excellent machine. Like, every time I play on that machine, I'm impressed by it. And there are going to be some backward compatible upgrades that they put on the X through their learnings for the S. The Series S and the Series X, their naming is not something I'm crazy about. So the One X will, I think, not only is it a good machine now, I think it's going to become a better machine through some of the front end management and stuff that they're going to be doing for these new machines. Now that 2077 is delayed, Valhalla will be my next gen launch game. I cannot comment on Valhalla. I did do some hands-on. What I've played of Valhalla in my preview is it's gorgeous, beautiful game. Okay, we're gonna hop into something else, and let's see if I've got a quick resume on it. What was I playing that I can show? I can't play Dirt 5. I just loaded Doom Eternal. I think Avengers. I think that'll... Quick load. Okay, so this is an upgraded version of Avengers. Does it have quick resume? No. Okay. I had to full power down the system, although it did have one quick resume. I had to to move it from in front of my television to over here. So this is an enhanced Xbox Series X version of the Xbox game, and it also looks it's the best running of the experiences that I've had with the Avengers so far. I'm just going to turn the music off just in case there's some licensed stuff here. 1 second here. Okay. And we'll just jump into the campaign. I played this on PlayStation 4 Pro and PC, so I've seen this in a bunch of different contexts. And the gaming PC that I played it on was really slick, but it was outputting at 1080p onto the TV, and of course it had a 1080p monitor. So it was impressive to see this running at 4K 30 frames per second. I don't think it runs at 4K 60 frames per second. And of course, I'm not going to be in that here, but you can see how quickly it loads and how smooth it is to play. It's a really fun game, by the way. The multiplayer is definitely, you know, they elasticized it, and much like Ms. Marvel here, and stretched it out maybe longer than they were ready for at launch. But there's a lot of fun in this game, and you know, each of the heroes handles incredibly well. I was very pleased playing this game, and I haven't been able to play much multiplayer because I've been busy playing all the other stuff that I've been talking about and reviewing. But I want to, and I have been playing another superhero game, and I'll have some thoughts on that for you tomorrow. And it made me want to go back to this. And don't infer anything from that statement other than I wanted more Avengers experience. So I'm in a kind of a stealthy area, so this is not like the action-packed, you know, throw all the explosions on screen and see how effortlessly this handles. But it still runs quite well. It looks a little dark on my monitor. Is it super dark for you guys? Like I'm kicking this through an Aver Media card, the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus, and then it's going through OBS. Okay, I'm captured. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, what we should see today, and I don't think this card can handle 120 frames per second. I don't think OBS can handle. I don't think my computer can. I don't know if YouTube can. It's a whole new way of thinking now, and that's the thing. Like, you want this leads to upgrade paths, you know, especially if you're also a streamer out there or whatever. But at home, you're going to get a system that's going to have so much horsepower that it's like, do I want a new TV? Do I want to show off these games the way that I want to, or the way that they're capable of? But at baseline, 1080p 60 frames per second is going to run pretty flawlessly, and you're going to see a tremendous amount of kind of new polish and finesse in your experiences. And that's, unfortunately, I think that's about the best that we're going to be able to do for the next little while, at least, on the streams. And I think it's important to play this stuff live. It's just as important as it is to edit some stuff, and I will do that too. But I think it's important for you guys to kind of check out the real-time performance of it, and to see how also the engagement of bouncing from don't get caught. Bouncing from game to game is part of the equation as well, right? Like that's the other thing that both PS5 and Xbox Series X and Series S, I think, kind of open up, is the you don't really have to, you know, sometimes it's like, oh man, do I want to load that thing right now? And, you know, who knows how long it's going to take to patch, and then is it going to be ready? I think this kind of new SSD tech changes that equation quite a bit. And so you'll be able to bounce from game to game. And then who knows what that really means in terms of design, right? I think we're at least 6 months to a year away from seeing games that really, you know, hit that SSD in some really cool ways. And we're going to see different kinds of games and different kinds of mechanics in games. I'll try to get out of the dark, dank caves. Let's see. How dark is it for you guys? Does it look okay? Looks dark on my monitor here. Looks fine on this TV, though. Oh. Trying not to be seen. Dark. It's real dark. Yeah, I don't know how to... Oh, I guess I can just change it in the brightness here. 1 second. Tis very, very dark. Okay, 1 second. Okay, let's see if I can boost the display. Oh, you know what? I had it set for OLED. Oh, no. It's just until the screen is barely visible. Ah, I see. It darkens the image quite a bit through the graphics card. Okay, this is at the highest level. It's at 6. That looks better on the stream, I can see. Yeah, a lot of parameters here, right? Like, this is not... You're not getting the showcase of, the highest form of visual fidelity here on the stream. But I think you'll be able to see how this thing handles. Okay, so we want to move this. Once we get outside, I think it'll get more thrilling.
This is not how I imagined this day ending.
Sidestepper. Haven't seen a single game to make me go damn to get a new PlayStation or Xbox ASAP. That's from Sidestepper. I think that's one of the challenges that both Sony and Microsoft had with the launch. They didn't really, with the pandemic this year. With the pandemic this year, they didn't allow, we weren't allowed to get any hands-on. We weren't able to go to any event and check them out and report back from in front of screens and say, I just played this, I just played that. It's all been their messaging, And then there's been a little bit of hands-on stuff, like Digital Foundry and some other YouTubers and stuff have been able to go and visit stuff to a degree, but it's a very different thing when you have E3 and you've got a bunch of people that have walked off from the console and they hold up the controller and they say, "Oh my God," it's a totally different thing. So the systems at this stage, I believe, are much more experiential. And there's a lot more to the nuance of what they're adding to the experience than oh my God, I've never seen a graphics like that. And we've had since Gears 5 and Ghost of Tsushima and Last of Us 2, just extraordinary looking games at this sort of tail end of this current generation. And that's what next gen has been. And this is a beautiful game too, but that's what next gen is kind of struggling against. In the most difficult of conditions, they haven't been able to have these things set up in destinations for people to go up to a screen and do a little side-by-side comparison. I can tell you firsthand that, when I play a game like... it's tough because I'm under constraints about what I can say so much. I can tell you I've been playing some stuff on the One X and then bouncing to the Series X, and it's appreciabably better. It's noticeably better. And, frame rates are more solid. It loads quicker. It's a cleaner image. The draw distances are better. The frame rates improve. It's an enhancement, for sure. And, and like Titanfall, you got a tiny taste of it, but that took my breath away. Oh, Siri's thinking I'm talking to her. Titanfall took my breath away. That was the first one where I turned it on and I went, holy, this is my kids over there, so I'm not going to swear. It was just insane. Vic, isn't the embargo totally up? IGN did a live stream and said the embargo was over. The embargo is over on the machine, and that's why I'm live streaming, and I can play some games, but some games I can't talk about yet. Some of them you've seen, because they haven't launched the next gen updates on some games, so they don't want me talking about the details. Okay, we're gonna skip through here. So I can't go full meal deal on the experience, and honestly, I'm still playing stuff as well, and that's kind of the other thing too. It's I can't review this machine yet. I have a lot more to play and a lot more to see over this next month, I think. With this and also with the PlayStation 5. I need to live with it a little while, you know? Certainly, it's already making some games that I'm familiar with look much better. But I need to kind of, like, make this a go-to experience for a while. And I haven't been able to. I've been, you know, relegated to reviewing stuff that is still kind of last gen. But now the floodgates open, and over the next little while, I'll have reviews of stuff that works on last gen, but also is improved and enhanced on this machine. And I'm going to revisit Watch Dogs and have some thoughts on that, working off of this machine. Okay, so here we go. All we're getting is faster load times, Samurai BLK, and I think that's the concern that the console manufacturers are kind of talking about right now. Oh yeah, I'm captured. No, I don't want to be captured. I'm running. That's right. I got to run from this sequence, and that's the challenge that they've faced with the way that they've been able to message this year. You know. But they've also been constrained on how many machines they can make this year, and as you can see, they're all selling out like crazy. I don't think this year is the story for either the Series X or the PlayStation 5. I think that it's always their back is always against the wall whenever they make a new console, but this year more than ever, you know. But I think it's sort of appeasing the issues that these companies have with the launch, like they would have any launch of any new console generation, is the fact that they probably haven't been able to produce as many as they would in a normal year as well, right? So, it honestly feels like, so far, my experience has honestly felt like I've got some enhancements to a PC. Got a faster graphics card and a better hard drive, but I'm just at the beginning of what next gen is going to be. Quick resume is definitely super damn cool. Ooh, I'm not supposed to go there. And the auto HDR and classic stuff is also incredibly wonderful, and it's great to see. I don't know if that could be applied to previous gen. I don't know. Where am I going? Over to there. Okay, here we go. And ray tracing and all that stuff. I haven't really seen that type of content yet. Ah!
Helping me? Not sticking around to find out.
I love this character. I love her powers. This game is just Tomb Raider reskinned with Marvel, but that's okay. Perry Gruel. I don't know. I think it's a little bit more than that. It's a little more open than Tomb Raider is, I feel.
Guess I gotta fight my way out of town. Okay, let's do this.
Haven't learned anything from YouTubers having them early. I think it's been mostly, that's from Ariane De Hastani. I think that's been mostly due to the, like people are talking about the technical improvements and enhancements. And games are way more than that, right? Like games are about the artistry and the mechanics and the play and the ways that they make you feel. It's entertainment, and we in the games industry, I think, get bound up by a lot of the technical elements of machines and hardware and stuff. And there are obviously some incredibly cool enhancements and stuff here, but I think what really sells hardware and consoles is the experiences that you're going to have on them. And it's, I think, unfair to just categorize both of these consoles as analogous to what's happening in the PC world, because there are exclusives coming to these machines, and there's a different kind of methodology with the way that content is developed for these platforms. But when you talk about technical specs and stuff like that, it's like upgrading your PC. And you know what I find always funny too is that whenever the new machines are coming out is when we hear about the massive enhancements in graphics cards, and it never fails. Every console generation there is like, oh yeah, console people, check this out from the graphics card manufacturer. And that's exactly what happened this time. But you know what? Playing on a console, a lot more easy breezy than playing on a PC. PC game is a blast too, but it's sometimes it's nice to just turn something on and it generally works, unless you got to patch it or update it or whatever. Oh, Arian, I have been able to test it out for sure. I've been able to play tons of stuff on this, and the experience is a blast. The thing that I think I can't show you definitively is like especially on a 1080p stream that doesn't have HDR, is, you know, what enhancements, what visible, you know, tactile enhancements am I seeing moving from Xbox One X to Xbox Series X. I don't know how easily that is to convey over a stream like this. I can only communicate about it, you know. But that being said, let's bounce into another game and let's see if I've got one that will do some quick resume here. Let's go. I haven't loaded up The Witcher 3, but that one has been enhanced for this machine as well. I can't load up Valhalla. I can't load up Watch Dogs Legion. I can show you Gears 5. This one won't be quick resume. It's been a bit since I've... so the way that quick resume works is it caches like 16 titles or something like that in the RAM, and so it'll auto-load right back to where you were, almost like you're bouncing between... I don't have Halo on here, VR Grid. It's 100 gigs, and you get a... you get a 1 terabyte drive, and I think some of that is taken up by the operating system. So I thought about putting it on there. Like that, the drive is full. I'll show you all the games that I have on there, and the drive is full. And there's stuff that I'm looking at right now, like Assassin's Creed, that I can't show you that, unfortunately, on this. I can't show you it, period. But I didn't want to remove stuff that I'm in the middle of reviewing. But you guys can take a look at some Gears 5 here. I rarely upgrade my PC, so it's not about the best graphics for me. I just think PC has the biggest game library that spans every generation. Yeah, that's one of the best things about playing on the PC is you can just go back in time and log into your account and just access all of that stuff. Xbox is getting there though, and Game Pass I think is moving in a perfect direction, and all this backwards compatibility, and hopefully PlayStation. Hopefully PlayStation 5 has some real success with PlayStation 4 backwards compatibility and people being interested in playing stuff from last gen that's enhanced, and that encourages them to go deeper into their catalog in some interesting new ways. Okay, so we'll jump right back into the campaign. Okay. Oh, I hope this isn't too dark. The thing is called Shot in the Dark. Let's go. Hey, Vic, thinking of getting an OLED for gaming. Which model do you have, and do you have any burn-in issues? The grill guy. I have the LG E6. It's a 55-inch that I picked up in 2016. No burn-in, knock on wood. And it has turned out to be a fantastic gaming television. It was the last of the 3D machines. So not only does it have 4K and OLED, but it came with passive 3D glasses, and I can play some classic 3D movie content and classic 3D game content. Nobody does 3D anymore. And it's pretty cool. It handles it quite well. And that was part of the selling feature, but of course things have progressed. I've got I think I've got a 2.1 or a couple of 2.1 HDMI ports on there, or a 2.0 But we're, of course, up to 2.1 on HDMI, and that allows for some variable frame rates, up to 120 frames per second or 120 hertz, I believe, at 4K resolution. And so that's sort of the modern state, but LG has done really, really well with their OLED line. And I reached out to LG. I told them, I've got this 2016 TV, and all these new machines are going to be coming out that run at 120 frames per second, and some of them at 120 4K. I would love to check that out on a TV if you guys have one that you can send me, and so they are. And when I've got that, I'll start to include that in some of my commentary, and I'll do a review on the TV as well. And what's going to be cool for me is to compare it to one that I already have. But there are a lot of options. And there are going to be more options now that consoles are coming out that really take advantage of that, And then, of course, when you're talking about these super high-resolution television sets, they also work beautifully as computer monitors. And if you're upgrading graphics cards or whatever, you might be able to get one screen device that works for your consoles and your computer. And the other beautiful thing that I've noticed about the 4K OLED that I picked up a few years ago is Switch looks and has looked fantastic on it. It upscales 1080p beautifully. All the analog, like the Mega SG and the Super NT consoles that I have on there, and the classic, all the little mini systems, and some of them are 720p, but all of them scale perfectly, and it just looks so cool. It's amazing to me to look at pixel art on a 4K display and just to see the precision, just the unbelievable mathematical preciseness of the graphics artists that were working with these little boxes, making characters and stuff and animating them, and it's all blown up, but it's wonderful. It's been a great TV. But definitely what's happening is that all these machines are turning us into video files and let me just. Oh yeah, I've got Jack mode in here right now. I haven't really gone back to Gears 5. I really enjoyed this game though. But Jack is following along with me, and he's there we go. Ooh. Okay, I'm coming. Gotcha. Woo. Well, I think I'm playing on hard difficulty. I'm not sure. There we go. This game also staggeringly beautiful. And this, I think, runs at 120 frames per second now on Series X. It always had incredible fidelity, but it's like another level on Series X, and you notice it immediately. What hits you when you load up a classic game on this machine is like, holy crap! Did I forget how beautiful this game was? This is staggering, and a lot. Let's face it. There are some gorgeous Xbox One games and some gorgeous even Xbox 360 games. And when you see them kind of loaded up on hardware that can just run them at their best, it's like reinvigorating. It's like, oh my god, I don't want to leave this world. I want to stay here and play this game again. And that's part of the value, man. That's what they're selling you with this console and with Game Pass. It's like, don't forget what you already have. And that's been a big revelation for me in this generation, actually, on this, moving to YouTube. But I was starting to see that even with the television show. I remember getting Scott and Marissa. I bought them, what are those? The Hyperkin 5-in-1 console systems, and we started to do classic cartridge reviews on TV back in 2015. Or just before we launched. I knew that this was starting to really pick up steam, this idea of like honoring the past a bit in games, and it's really become a big part of my coverage, but also the games industry, And it's been super interesting to bounce from state-of-the-art in 2020 back to state-of-the-art in 1995 and to see all of that coexistence, and it all works so beautifully. Ariane, thank you so much for becoming a new member. That's awesome. Thank you very much for your support there. Hey, and thank all of you for joining me on this journey today. Blade Runner is here. Speaking of, Gears 5 looks stunning on the Xbox Series X. It truly, truly does. Unfortunately, this 1080p is not going to show that off to its, to the best effect here, but you get a sense of it. Notice the load times much quicker. You're getting into combat and conflict relatively quickly. Vic, do you think the PSVR will have visual upgrades? That's a great question, Graham Jack. I absolutely intend, when the PS5 gets here, I absolutely intend to check that out. A game that I've been dying to play again is Iron Man VR. Oh my god, that game blew my mind. And I really hope that there are some upgrades. I shouldn't have done that. We should have gone stealth for a bit. Let's throw that into the emergence hole. Love it. All right. Yeah, Coalition's just been crushing it. This is such a beautiful game. Not only did they do this in 4, but they upgraded Gears 1, the Ultimate Edition, and all that. I've got the whole collection, and I haven't gone through it all in Series X. It feels a little bit like you're at Baskin-Robbins when you have Game Pass and you have all of your library is there. It's like, what do I want to try next? What do I want to, like, there's a lot of options there. But there's just this, I don't know, this you can feel the capability of the machine. It's like, I don't think I can throw anything at this that it's not going to perform well, It feels kind of bulletproof, which I like. Unlike these guys. They are definitely not bulletproof. Whoa.
I'm bleeding out.
Okay, I'm coming. Uh-oh. We're both dead. Jack, help us. Oh, I got somebody. Marcus. Kate. No, dead. Okay. Let's see. I'm so behind on the comments. If you do PC digital, make sure you have software available. Okay. Talking about the OLED TVs, Untitled. You know what? If I missed a comment or a question, I apologize. Ask it again, and do me a favor if you've got something that you want me to. Oh, Hip Hop Dan wants to see Jedi. Yes, absolutely. That's one that should load up. I was playing that just last night, so. This is a hell of a game. This, too, was another one of like, oh, my God, gorgeous. So just all caps comment or question or something, and then I'll see that on the stream a little bit better. And I apologize if I'm missing stuff. I'm trying to, talk and play some of this stuff. So this quick resume, and boom, we're right back into a battle, and I'm dead. It doesn't always resume you in the most ideal situation. Okay. Xbox One games on the. Can you play Xbox One games on the Xbox Series S? This is from BJVA85. Yes, you can. And in fact, BJV85, the Xbox One has some seriously incredible backwards compatibility, so it plays a lot of original Xbox and Xbox 360 games. The Series X launches with all of that backwards compatibility, and it enhances a lot of games. And if you've got the HDR TV and a TV that's capable of some serious, solid frame rates, you're going to notice some big enhancements on some of your classic library. But yes, it'll play every Xbox One game. Vic, can you talk much about Watch Dogs yet on Series X, or is that patched next week? Mike C, yes, I cannot talk about that. I do wish that the publishers and developers had coordinated a little bit so that when we got the systems, we're in a pandemic, though, guys. I mean, I just have to have some patience and respect for how hard everybody is working to get this stuff out there. The demand is incredibly high, not only to get the hardware, but for all of this entertainment that's coming our way. Video games have never been more important in our world than they are this year. And, when they ship stuff and it's on different machines, there's a whole bunch of different issues and specs. So I do wish that we would have, gotten the list of titles and all of the embargo dates were exactly the same and everything would have been ready and patched, but it didn't quite turn out that way. So all that means is that I can't show everything that I've got today or tomorrow. It's over the next week or so, or a couple of weeks. On both this and the PlayStation 5, I'll go through it, and we'll do a lot more live stuff. So we'll play it together, and you guys can ask me questions live. And I think once I've shot a lot of this live conversation stuff with you, and I've played some more, that's when I'll sit down and do some more thorough kind of edited reviews and use a lot of the B-roll and the footage that I've shot and some of these conversations, because it's almost too much to kind of encapsulate it all, into like the polished, finished thing when there's a lot of questions still. Like some of these games that I really want to play, the embargo is literally the day before the machine launches. So, and they're massive games, so it's going to take me a while is what I'm saying. So let's play through a lot of this stuff together. Okay, hold on a second. Enhancements to the older classic backwards compatible games would make for interesting content. Yes, Rob German. And honestly, like in 2021, if not sooner, I'm going to figure out some ways to be able to stream this content in... I don't even know all of the parameters, but somehow I want to be able to live stream everything in 4K with HDR. And then you'll be able to see everything at the fidelity that it's meant to be seen. That's going to take some effort and some new equipment. But I want to get there because that's where we're at. We're in a new gen. 1080p is just not going to cut it for this stuff anymore. All right, so let me get across this thing and see if we can get it killing some stormtroopers. Run! Oh. This game is amazing. I don't know if you guys have played this game, but that's 2 from Respawn today. Killer company. I had a fantastic conversation with Vince Zampella last week at the External Development Summit, and that's going to be up. I think it will be up. I'm just waiting for the approvals. As I forget how to. Thank you. That's going to be up as a. That's just like the Mandalorian horn there, isn't it? That's going to be up as an audio podcast on Vic's Basement. I don't think you can stream in 4K with HDR on YouTube. Yeah, Avery. I mean, that's the thing, right? There's so much. Why not, right? Like, why didn't YouTube get ready for that now? Because we've got all these consoles. I don't know if I've got enough. I've got a 300 up, 300 down connection. I don't know if that's enough. But if it isn't, why aren't internet service providers getting us ready? Thank you. I'm not playing this right. No. Let's see. Okay. How is the new controller? New controller is freaking awesome. I love it. It's got a grippiness and a tactility to the underside, and so it just feels like, I don't know, like you're grabbing the weapon properly, And there's also a little bit of a grippiness on the triggers. They feel great. There's some pushback on the triggers as well, depending on the software that you're playing a bit. Obviously this feels all just brand new and fresh. The share button is fantastic and perfect for somebody that wants to, yes, of course, share everything, but I have to use a lot of footage when I'm talking about stuff, and the ability to auto just press that button and boop, it's saved to the hard drive, and then I can upload to the internet and then download it and edit it into stuff. That's amazing. I haven't because it saves it as 4K HDR footage if you're playing a 4K HDR experience, and I haven't done I haven't used HDR footage in my edits, and I haven't color timed, and I haven't figured out how to do it. So that, like, there's a whole new discipline that I have to kind of put myself through to best show off all of this stuff, and that's what I'm going to do, because I mean that's where we're at with this software. Got a super chat from Alex the Horrid. Hey Vic, huge fan of your work since G4 Judgment Days. Do you happen to know if the PS5 headphones will work in Series X? I don't know. I think PlayStation is going to send the headphones and some other stuff, and I'll test everything out with everything. And so stay tuned. I'm going to have more of this kind of conversation with all the hardware that I get. Release a streaming schedule so we don't miss you, from Evil One. You know what? I will put that together. I think what I'm going to do is kind of try to hit a 3 o'clock daily stream schedule, which kind of fits. And what I've been doing in the last little while is kind of like a rundown chunk, and then a game review, and then we've been going into playing something, like doing a little bit of a let's play. So I'm going to try to do that a little bit. Hold on. I'm going to try to do that on a regular basis over the next little while. So around 3 o'clock. And today I was going to, there we go. We're going to, boom. I was going to review Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered, but I have been running around getting everything ready for just doing this today. So I didn't put the footage of the game in there. I don't know if I can play the Xbox Series X version of, hold on, let me see if I can. I'm gonna email the person that sent me, so bear with me for 1 second here. This is live streaming an email. I've never done that before. Everybody, hang on for 1 second here. I have to find the person. As you can imagine, I have a million emails with Need for Speed in them, dating back many years. Who was the person that sent me the email? 1 second. How's everybody doing today? Look at that. Thank you for the great work over the years. Your honesty and balanced approach to reviews and commentary are appreciated. R. Mello, thank you so much, man. That is incredible. Or woman, I'm not sure, R. Mello, but that is very, very kind. Thank you for the super chat. That's very sweet. Let me get this. I'd like to play a little Hot Pursuit, and then I can talk about it. It's very fun. No. Come on, find this email. Okay. Hi, can I stream Pursuit on I'm there right now. I would love to show it off. Yeah, this is what my week has been like. It's like, what can I show? What can I talk about? What's ready? What do I have to wait for? Why can't I play it there? Can I play it here? You know, it's been, this is a weird launch for sure. Okay, So that email is sent. We'll see. I'll stand by on that. I don't know if they're going to get the email right away, but nobody's emailing me saying I have shown something I'm not supposed to have shown yet, which is good. I've got Hungry Adventures with the PS5 having advanced haptic feedback, 3D audio, and adaptive triggers. Does the Series X feel next-gen? The SSD in both seems like a game changer. Sucks we haven't seen next-gen games. I mean, this feels next-gen to me, for sure, especially when I compare it to the Xbox One. And thank you for the super chat, by the way. That's very kind. You're very sweet, and I appreciate that very much. The experience of moving from 1X to Series X is a profound one. It totally feels like you're going into the next level of games, for sure. Unfortunately, I don't have the PlayStation 5 with me yet to do the direct comparison to see how the hardware and the software kind of coexists and to see how much of an experiential change or qualitative difference I'm seeing between the two. I will soon, though, and I'll definitely be doing conversations about that. But yeah, this does feel like a next-gen upgrade. The thing that I have a question about, though, is whether the S feels like that much of an improvement over the X. I still, the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X are both incredible consoles that absolutely justified their purchase price and delivered 4K beautiful experiences, maybe at 30 frames per second mostly. It maybe didn't hit all of the the graphics throughput that we want, and were outclassed by better graphics cards on PC for sure during that same time frame. But they were pretty damn impressive machines. I'm already talking about them in past tense, which is surreal because they're so powerful. But this does feel like the next level up, and it definitely, the minute you load in an older game and it's got HDR boosted through it, and you're seeing it with fidelity that, on the same television that you might have just looked at it a week ago on, and it looks brand new, it's, or so perfect, like you rubbed your glasses clean. That's profound. That is absolutely profound. But I think the common statement that everybody is talking about is that there aren't brand new games that are just attached to these new consoles at launch that we haven't seen a different version of already. So some of that shock and some of that surprise, of those offerings has been removed because there's already a different, version of this game that you've seen somewhere else. And that's unfortunate, but I think factored into that equation is a pandemic, and I think that it affected development, and it affected manufacturing, and it's pushed some stuff back. And I think that Halo Infinite being pushed back was absolutely unfortunate for Xbox, but I think we also all know that was the correct choice. I think we're going to see, though, with games that are emerging, and Assassins, I can't talk about Assassins, but I think we're going to see with games that are coming out on last gen and new gen, what you're getting for your money. We're going to see some titles that really kind of show off how much cooler the experience can be when you jump on board to something brand new. I can tell you, when I loaded this game up, and the frame rate was just perfect, and the HDR just looked incredible. It just looks so glossy and clean. And I think I beat this on I played it on PC and PS4. I think I beat it on the PC, and it was great. But this looked like the best version of this that I had seen so far. And I didn't do anything. I didn't update anything. I just downloaded it and turned it on, and it was like poof, it took my breath away right out of the gate. And it has an incredible opening as well. And this was another game that I couldn't put down. I was like, oh my god, I'm playing this for a while. And right now we're not in the most, we're just on the edge of a cliff here. Oops, wrong thing. Nope. Let's see if I can get past a little area here and you can see something. Okay. Oh, almost made that jump. Nope. Okay, here we go. John Boko, this is the game that got delayed. Yes, right there. Untitled is a new member. Thank you, sir or ma'am. I just thinking that it's a male on the end, and I don't know. And I hate to make those assumptions, but appreciate you becoming a member. Thank you very much. And Alt Stuff TV, never super chatted anyone before, but you've been entertaining me since the '90s. I'm 31 now. That's incredible, Alt Stuff. It's great being in our 30s, isn't it? I'm just gonna keep doing that joke for as long as I freaking can, if that's okay with you guys. Okay, here we go. Any talk of Grand Theft Auto 6 yet? Well, we talk about it, but Rockstar doesn't talk about it. I think, you know, like, there's so much noise about these machines launching that they almost overshadow the software in a way. Owen, hush now. That it's like I think a lot of these. Ooh, I need some help. Give me stim. What's the robot's name again? I forget. Give me a thing. Give me some drugs, man. How do I get it? There it is. Whew, that's just at the right time. Okay. Love this game. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I froze him. Ah. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that Xbox is just great at is that, you know, they've been obviously allowing you to go back in your archive or play a bunch of new things through Game Pass and stuff, but it's kind of a gift to check out your library and it feels brand new again, you know? And that's definitely what Series X provides. It's like, oh yeah, this game, I want to play this again. Let's see. Can't really show off the muscle of the machine on this particular level, but, you know, I'm swirling the camera around. Oh, this has a great photo mode. How do I do the photo mode? Is it like this? What is it? Photo mode. Controls. What is it? Gameplay. Oh, okay. This one, actually, I can change the performance mode. So, limits resolution to 1080p for increased frame rate. Let's see. That's the other thing I forgot about this. So, some of these games, yeah. So, now we're... So, I was just playing in 30 frames per second, which I think was the base frame rate of the game when it shipped. And now we're full on at 60 frames a second. Let's see. I forgot that I have to do that in some of the games as well. Okay. Oh, jump. Jump! No, I don't have double jump yet. Oh. Okay, here we go. Get up. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, am I alive? No, I can't. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, here we go. Oh, what am I doing? Okay. Woo! Get up there. All right. Love this. There we go. So I don't know if you guys heard, but that you can actually get the lightsaber that this guy has at well, don't go to Disneyland, but when you can go, what do I do? Oh, open this thing right there. You can get this lightsaber in Galaxy's Edge now. the Cal Kestis, I believe his name is. That's right, same guy that played the Joker. Was I just in here? I think I was just in here. The map loops around itself. It's a little bit like a Metroid game, this incredible title. Complete with scans.
My friend, in the rotation since I left Lugano,
Use the Force, Charlie Jordan. Las Vegas, good to see you. Lambert, stream is running at 1080p, 60 frames per second. Yes. John Boko, did they just announce that? A Ben Affleck Batman TV show?
Come on, let's get him.
That's pretty rad if that's happening.
Tracking target.
All right, here we go. Darn it. I'm waiting until they bring the Tron ride of some sort. Yes, Arion. Me too. Is it Arion? Rockstar will never make new IPs for a long time. Some say it's rumor, some say it's confirmed. Ah, John Boko. Yeah, I haven't heard the confirmation on that, but that would make sense. He has been training. I saw some recent photos of Ben Affleck, and he's looking like he's back in shape, in good shape. I don't know if that's for a role, but it could very well be Batman related. I know that he's back on set for Justice League.
Intruder there. That's probably not good.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's Epsilon Eagle. Frame rate looks smooth. I think I want to play this now. And that's the other thing, is that maybe some people that are, you know, kind of used to... Okay, I'm dead. Used to the PC experiences are thinking, I don't want to play in the console because they just don't have the horsepower. But this is a machine that definitely does. So you'll be able to play... so that was a 1080p locked at 60 frames per second. Let's see if there's another quick resume game that will pop up. I'll see if my EA contact said I can play some Need for Speed. Let's see. I sent them a link to the stream, so they might be on the stream right now. Sean Fasquell says this had bad frame rate drops on Xbox One X. Can't wait to play it again on SX. Yeah. I think I played it on PS5 and PC, and I didn't have too many frame rate issues or complaints. But yeah, I'd rather play it at 60 frames per second. So Gears 5... what was I playing? Titanfall 2 was quick resume. I loaded a bunch of new games yesterday. I deleted some. Oh, Gears Tactics, I think, will load up. I hope I'm allowed to show this. I think I am. It's out already. All right, so we are good with the Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. So we're going to stream and review basically at the same time. Be a Rebel, Vic. How have you tried Jedi Fallen Order? I just played a little bit of Jedi Fallen Order. Drakey Poo's making fun of the hideous Phoenix tattoo that Ben Affleck has. They keep releasing content until they stop, like Todd Howard said. We'll stop releasing Skyrim until people stop buying Skyrim. Oh, right, yeah, they're going to keep making Skyrim upgrades for sure. I've been asking this question numerous times in the chat, but I'm going to ask once again, how hot is it? It is super mildly warm. There's a huge fan at the top of this. I don't know if you guys have seen the breakdown. The Xbox did kind of like a blow apart kind of model, and it shows the motherboard and the way that all of these pieces come together. The fan is a giant piece at the top, and it has cooling vents all the way through here. So it's really, really well ventilated, and it's incredibly quiet. I'm right beside it. I'll put the microphone right to the machine, so you can hear how quiet it is. You know what you're hearing? The hum that's in the room is my damn Vectrex behind me. that's from the 80s. That thing is loud. This thing is quiet, so I don't want to knock my tea over here. You know what? I'm going to turn that Vectrex off. 1 second here. So Vectrex turned off. Pretty quiet in the room right now. Is there sound coming from the game? No, it's quiet. Okay, so this is the sound of the Xbox Series X. Vectrex is loud, isn't it?
I don't hear it.
Well, I turned it off, but it's so loud. It's so quiet in here without the Vectrex on. Holy crap. So, yeah, the Series X is super quiet. It's super quiet. And it's so quiet in here now. Oh, my God. I can't believe how noisy that thing is. Still, I love it. I'm turning it back on. Okay. It adds this electric hum. So wait a second. Teach Moan, get him to put in the D hum widget in my Vectrex from Preston Rickwood. Is that real? Is there somebody that can do that? That would be wild. Okay. Oh, this has the jacked update. Yes. This game looks incredible. I played this on the PC. I really had a great time with it. It's a super cool tactical strategy experience with the Gears thing. And Gears always has been a cover shooter. And so it's perfect for this kind of thing, right? Where you kind of use flanking and, perfect strategies to outwit the horde. So it's great as a turn-based tactical game like this. Okay, so we go over here. Okay, so use A to start a move. Go. So go there. Okay, cool. It's been a while since I played this, so it's going to take me a second here to relearn it. But it's gorgeous. And, of course, you can zoom the camera in. And then there's all these great little cut sequences and stuff like that as well. I will see. I'm going to go into settings and see if there's a performance mode here. Let's see. General, interface, accessibility. Oh, video, general. No. Oh, here we go. Boom. Look at that. That's the thing, right? Like the horsepower of the machine is going to force you to dig into your menus and make sure that you're running everything at optimum. And obviously, you're going to want to tune your HDR settings and stuff on your TV. Got a question from Mikkel Rankin. Honest question, I literally do not know of any actual launch titles for Series X. Does it have any, like, exclusive launch titles? I don't think it does have, like, a Series X exclusive launch title. I think Yakuza, Like a Dragon, which I'm not allowed to show off. I just talked about it yesterday. I can't talk about it. But that isn't on PS5. It is on PS4, and it is on Xbox One. But it's an exclusive next-gen partnership with Microsoft. I think that might be one of the only ones. But Microsoft is putting a lot of money into the partnership with Assassin's Creed. And I've been playing Valhalla. I can't talk about it, but it also runs on Series X and One X and PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. That is honestly the kind of launch that we're in. Miles Morales is also a PlayStation 4 game as well as a PlayStation 5 game. Okay, so we're going to go into an Overwatch mode here. Boom. Okay, Overwatch. Fill the...
Good. I'll cover the
Okay,
other
here we
side.
go. It's a good question, Nicole. It's a weird launch. It's definitely a weird launch.
Target acquired.
If anybody wants to correct me on that, I don't think I have got any exclusive launch title on Series X out of the package that Microsoft has sent me that is exclusively launching on Series X. If anybody wants to correct me on that, please let me know.
Overwatch that flank.
Okay, so we're going to Overwatch. I mean, there's exclusive games
Scanning for grubs now.
that Microsoft has put out there, but of course what we know from Microsoft is that they're not really huge on the idea of exclusive. They put a lot of these, like I played this year on the PC, and what they want to do is allow you to play a lot of even new Series X games on Xbox One. So it was going to be Halo, Emilio Lopez says. Good to see you, Emilio. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so we're going to go right here. Boom. We're going to shoot this guy. Is that right? Can I do it? Disabling shot. Okay, right. Yeah, I've got Overwatch on me. I have to choose that. There we go. And then I've got to shoot
I can't move until you disable their Overwatch.
an Overwatch guy. Oop, wrong thing. Okay, there we go. So take him out. This just runs beautifully on this machine. Owen, Microsoft is not trying to sell consoles this time around. They're trying to sell you on a subscription-based service. Yes, they want you to be a subscriber to Game Pass, and if you are, it's an incredible deal. I mean, it's irrefutably insane. Okay, they're yelling at me. Will you play instead of talking to everybody? Oh, so this guy can move now. Yes, he can move. Goes over there. I'm in the training mode here. Yeah, Xbox Game Pass is crazy. So all of the first-party launch titles that are brand new, that Microsoft is paying for, you get them as part of your subscription, and then all the publisher partners that they have and the indie partners that they have are also putting stuff into Game Pass. So it is this ongoing library of new and classic, awesome, valuable experiences for your monthly charge, and the full year cost on that is not much more than the price of just paying for one game. Now, it's not you don't own the software, but you have access to it, and you can play it and beat it, and then choose to buy it if you want to. But it's a different way to look at gaming for sure. It's much more the Netflix model, and now PlayStation is obviously going to counter that with some pretty strong moves of their own, and one of the big ones for PlayStation 5, if you are a PlayStation Plus subscriber, is you get a nice library of PS4 games right out of the box. So if you're carrying over an account, you've got all these, and a lot of them are enhanced for PlayStation 5. You've got a nice library of stunning titles to play on your PS5, not unlike Game Pass on your Xbox Series X. Okay, so we have to execute that guy. Is that what we're doing? Okay, here we go. So they're showing you all the different things. So this should be a little bit of a cut sequence. Okay. All right. Hope kids were watching that. That was very gory. PS Now definitely needs a good kick in the pants to live up to Game Pass. I think that's what this generation is going to be about. Last Disciple. I think this is the inevitable move from all of the console manufacturers. We're seeing Nintendo do streaming games on the Switch right now. They're all going to be moving us into subscription and digitally accessing our libraries. Regardless of whether they have Blu-ray slots like the Series X or the PlayStation 5 non-digital version, all of the console manufacturers, all of the game verticals are going to want us to have a monthly recurring charge and allow us access to libraries. It's a lot leaner on Nintendo right now with the classic stuff, but expect that to grow, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get an N64 library soon. It's going to be an increasingly important part of PlayStation Now, and it's going to become an even bigger component. I'm sure Xbox is waiting for to sell Xbox Game Pass. Right now, they sell it as 100 games for your monthly thing, or a little more than 100. Pretty soon, I'm sure they're going to say it's more than 200, and then eventually, it's more than 1,000 games. And at a certain point, it becomes like, you know what? I like Netflix. You know, I know they're charging me more this month, but there's enough stuff I want to watch. Game Pass is going to be a little bit like that. That's what they're moving towards. Can we see the UI? Sure. Okay, so there's a little bit of Gears Tactics. Super cool game, by the way. It's a good fit on console, and it's very different from a lot of the other games that are out there. It's more about sort of outwitting your opponent, but they've set up some really nice maps and some great powers and great differentiators between the different characters and stuff. I had a blast playing the game, and it fits perfectly in the Gears universe. So I took my background pictures from Batman Arkham Knight, so you can make it. If you've got a One X right now, this is very similar to what they've upgraded the One X to. So you can jump into your game collection right there. Now I have a huge library, because I've been doing this for a long time, and I've got the Game Pass subscription and everything as well. So, go, and I don't know how much hard drive space I've got on here. Maybe I can download. You know what I'm going to do? This will be fun. I'm going to go get my copy of SSX3 for Xbox, the original Xbox. We're going to do some real backwards compatibility and see how that works. So bear with me. I'll be right back for that. We're also going to play some Need for Speed Hot Pursuit remastered. We're not going anywhere. I'll show you a bit more of the front end on this thing as well. So just hang tight. This is what today is about, guys. We're going through this together, okay? And obviously I can't download every single thing that I have here, but if there is one that you want me to delete a game off of the collection that I've got on the hard drive and you want me to download, you guys can let me know. So hang on. I'll be right back. I'm still streaming. All right. So we have SSX3 right here. First, I'll take... somebody was asking about the front end here. Evil One, did I call it real-time strategy? It's turn-based. Oh, you're falling asleep. I see your comment, Evil One. Turn-based strategy is awesome. Come on, get into it, man. Fire Emblem, Advance Wars, Final Fantasy Tactics. I love turn-based games. Hey, man, love your channel. How does the input latency on the Series X feel like? Read it's meant to be more responsive than OG Xbox SX. Cheers. That's from Navin. I honestly, I need more time with it to feel like if there's any noticeable change moving from the One X to this. That's a very good question, though. Everything feels snappier on the Series X. And it's weird to, like, I had it on two inputs on my receiver, and I was playing games that I like Watch Dogs. Can't talk about the Series X version, but I was playing it on one machine and then going to the other machine and just bouncing. And it did, obviously there's this element of like frame rates boost and visuals boost, and the fidelity is just richer. But I don't know if also factored into that equation, it just feels like it's more responsive. I don't know yet, but I will keep playing and keep sort of assessing that personally. Okay, well, what am I showing you? Okay, so there's your game library, which you can jump into. Game Pass, if you are a subscriber, this is what Game Pass kind of looks like. You can download. It's incredible, right? You can go right back to classic original Xbox games. You can even have them sorted by that way, sorted by console type. So here's optimized for Xbox Series X and S. So maybe we download. Is Medium out already? I don't know if that is out, if I'm not allowed to talk about that. I thought that was a new game coming. I don't know. And so these were Xbox One games. I showed you a little bit of Batman Arkham. Do you guys want me to download Halo? I'd have to clear some room on the hard drive to be able to do it. The Tourist I actually have downloaded, and it is enhanced on Series X, but it's not the most visually amazing game you've ever seen in the world. Here's some 360 games that you get in Game Pass. And where are the classic Xbox games? Maybe they don't have any in Game Pass right now, but we're going to test one out. And then, so there's your front end. This is the first thing that you see. Let's see, you got new messages. I'm not going to do that. So Game Pass, I just showed you that. Here's the store. So you bounce into the store and it loads up relatively snappy. I've got it. This is hardwired right now, so it's running at a pretty fast bandwidth. So there's movies and TV you can jump into if you want. The game's home. You can check out all of that stuff. What else is in here? Oops. There's probably some apps. There you go. And then there's some hardware. These are the Canadian prices. So $379 for the Series X or Series S. It hasn't launched yet, so there could be some stuff that, oh yeah, this is for playing xCloud games. You can pick that up, and it attaches to your phone, which is pretty cool. The adaptive controller. I loved these Design Lab controllers. Xbox sent me a code to make one, and I did a video on it, and it was so cool. I'll grab it for you. And I haven't connected it to this thing. It's for the Xbox One. One sec. But this is my Xbox One controller. This is the Batwing controller, and I was able to put my gamer tag right on the bottom right there. Got some good use out of this. This has been the controller I've been using ever since Xbox sent that out, and it's so rad to be able to design it. I put the blue of the costume, kind of a dark midnight blue, and the gray of the costume, and the yellow around the bat symbol. I'm a nerd, and I'm proud of it. But yeah, that's my Batwing controller. I hope that they do something similar with the new Xbox Series controllers. That would be really cool. But the Design Lab was awesome. Can you play Steam VR games with Oculus Quest 2 in wireless mode and at 90 hertz? Yes, you can. Daniel, the Oculus Quest 2 is incredible. I've got a rave review of it on the channel, so check that out. I have not explored that as far as I did some virtual desktop stuff where I was surfing around on the desktop, but I didn't get into because you have to do some side loading, and I thought this is so I was right up to the point of doing it, and I thought if you can side load on Oculus Quest, I know I'm going on a tangent here, but if you can side load on Oculus Quest, why doesn't Oculus just do this? Why don't they all just play nice right out of the box so you can do all of this stuff right away? Why are there all these impedances for you to be able to enjoy any VR content? If the machine is capable of it, access it and let it be effortless, and you don't have to download a whole bunch of extra stuff. But that is my that's my rant about Oculus, and exclusivity in VR in any form is just silly right now. The Quest, I think, is the best hardware for VR you can buy currently, Quest 2, and it should be fully exploitable out of the box. And Oculus should just work with Valve and Sony and let people play. And like Sony's come out and said that they're not going to be releasing a VR platform for PS5 for a while. They're going to have backwards compatibility with the first-gen PSVR. So all the games that Sony paid for PlayStation VR, put them on Oculus or put them on Valve, and then play nice, guys. Right? VR Grid will back me up. Anyways, when are you going to put your action figures on eBay? It won't be me doing that. It might be my kid or my wife, but I probably won't be doing that. My action figures, they're my inspiration. These are all the things that inspired me to make Electric Playground 25 years ago. You know, when I look at these things, I look at my history of just being stoked by creativity and imagination. These are physical embodiments of all the things that just blew my mind and led me to have this crazy career that I've had. So I have too many of them. What I don't want to do is just, I don't want to sell them, but I do want to put some of the stuff away and make it a little bit more tasteful. But, like this year, I didn't know I was going to turn my basement into my studio. And I've just been making so much content out of here, so I haven't really had time to deck it out the way that I want to. But eventually I will, or things will calm down a bit and we'll get a space again that I'll be able to put some stuff into, which would be pretty rad. Cyberpunk is on the way. Yes, it is. Blade Blur, you say the sweetest things. When can we get a tour of your HQ, Jonathan Brown? It needs to be... you see a lot of my stuff in the background. My wife suggests that I should do a toy tour or something like that and hold up. I haven't shown off... I have a lot of hot toys that I acquired through essentially the Avengers. That's a different stream, though. Today, we're talking about the Xbox Series X, okay? How big of an upgrade from an OG Xbox One to the new SX? A huge upgrade. Duvix Crips, Emilio Lopez. Okay, so that's the store. I'm doing a little bit of the front end. So entertainment will take you into the entertainment that you've taken in. Events, I guess, will give you some ideas of some live events and things. Oh, I can show you guys Madden 21. We can take a look at that. And they just updated it this morning, so hopefully it'll run even better. There's the community stuff. These were my old pins, a lot of them that I put onto the original Xbox, and then I just never really tweaked them that much when I when I transferred over to the Xbox One X. So I haven't really... You can personalize your front-end experience in a lot of different ways. So you get messages, and I think that gives you a pretty good idea. Let's go to the games, and we're going to load in... I'm going to turn the music off because it's a licensed music from Hell EA Experience right now. So I'm gonna hit quiet on the game audio for a second here while I figure out the menus. And we're definitely trying SSX. Absolutely, we're not done. We got more time. I figured today would be a day of just playing around. Right? Let's play this together. Let's get a feel of the Xbox Series X. Blade Blur, I'll talk about that in a second. Thoughts on Sony not selling PS5s at retailers when launch hits. Is that happening in the U.S. as well? Because I know that's happening in Canada. Is that also happening in the States? I thought that was just a supply thing for Canada. This launch is insane, guys. We're going to throw in Doom Eternal as well. We're going to play some Streets of Rage. We're going to play some Witcher. I'll show you guys some Sea of Thieves. Can't show you Valhalla. Can't show you Watch Dogs. Can't show you Dirt 5. But I can show you Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. I got the okay. So that's insane, Blade Blur. What a year. Oh, I can show you PUBG. Yes, I'm terrible at that game. I didn't put SSX 3 in. I don't even know if I have room for it. Let's just play... Ooh, right, I turned that off. We'll just play Need for Speed, and then I'll load up SSX, make sure that it installs properly, because that's the thing, right? You don't just throw the disk in and play it off the disk. It has to install to the hard drive. While it's installing, we'll load into another game. But all of that should happen very quickly. Okay, so you guys can't hear this yet. I'm getting us into the game, because it starts with a big rock track. This game came out after Burnout Paradise Remastered, and I believe Stellar also did the porting of Burnout, and the remastered edition of Burnout is insane. I've got that on this machine too, and I love it, and we can check that out too. But I recently reviewed it on the Switch, and it's excellent across the board, whether you play it on PS4, Xbox, PC, Switch. Burnout Paradise Remastered is insane. This game felt like less of an explosive, reinvigoration of racing, and design than Burnout Paradise did when it originally came out. But Criterion made this game, and Criterion, as we all know, just amazing at building kinetic racing experiences. The volume is down on music. We're going to turn that. Okay. So we'll go into this, and hopefully we don't get a copyright flag because they sneak in again. The thing that I love about Criterion titles is that they're, clearly built. The racing games that they've made are clearly built for accessibility and fun. And Need for Speed is a game series that has always existed in that wheelhouse. So it made perfect sense for EA to use one of their strongest racing game developers to take over Need for Speed. And EA Vancouver was the company, the developer sort of collective of people over many years that worked on a lot of Need for Speed games. So it was a big deal internally at EA when the shift was made, and Criterion started to make them, and then now Ghost Games has been working on them out of Sweden, which is comprised of a lot of Criterion developers. This game employs stuff that we saw on the PlayStation 1, where you can play as cops and you can chase down some of the cars and try to run them off the road. And it, of course, uses a lot of the physics of Burnout, and it has some incredible crack-ups and some incredible explosions and massive destruction, which is kind of unbelievable to see on all of these licensed cars, because the hoops that people had to go through to allow the Mazda RX-8 or the Porsche Boxster Spyder to get demolished and destroyed must have been plentiful. Because I don't think any of these car manufacturers are too keen on the idea of seeing their beautiful vehicles demolished. But it's a key component of the fun of the game. It adds it adds an incredible amount of danger and excitement to the experience, and it also amps up the accessibility of the game, right? It just makes you feel like, oh my God, I've got some real treachery here, some real peril that I must navigate around. I found the game to be, honestly, like, at first it's a little underwhelming, especially coming off of something like Burnout Paradise Remastered, because it's not open world, it's sort of level by level. But there's a lot of beautiful detail. There's obviously a lot of traffic to navigate around. And what really starts to get fun about this game is the bounce between the two sort of disciplines and the experiences of just being a street racer trying to avoid the cops and trying to pull off some of the moves. And some of them are, get from point A to point B as fast as you can, and then you unlock a car. Some of them are racing to the scene of a crime if you're a cop and getting there before the clock winds down, and getting all of your medals. Some of them are straight races like we're about to get on, where cops will show up. And so there is a lot of variety in the way that you go from level to level. And I really started to groove on it and started to appreciate it. It's always fun to find shortcuts. It's always fun to unlock new cars. Boost is generous in this game. And the death-defying kind of action that you've got to pull off is also a ton of fun to do in this title. And then I was lucky enough to get a couple of codes from EA. Thank you, EA. And I shared one with my buddy Bear, and we got online and played together, and it was absolutely incredible. It was so much fun. Now, obviously, I'm playing before there's a big community for this, and honestly, I don't know how much hype people are going to have for this game, because it's, I think, a decade or more old, and it's coming out just as all these machines are coming out. And I'm playing this on Xbox Series X right now. Let's see if I've got the enhancements on here. I think I do. There is a mode where you can... let's see. Here we go. Graphics. It's on performance. So I can go quality, or I can do performance. So basically, I'm going from 4K, I think 30 frames per second, or performance 1080p 60 frames per second. I don't think it does 4K 60 frames per second. I may be wrong on that. But I was looking at this back and forth between the One X and the Series X, and there's no contest. It just looks way better on here. But it is an older game, and you're dealing with 10-year-old cars or more, and it's not filled with a whole bunch of Teslas and stuff like that. It's definitely gas-powered, gas guzzler cars. But playing online multiplayer just sold it for me, because obviously you can race against your buds, or you can play the cop and the robber, and you can have multiple people in your party and play with lots of different people, or you can play with strangers. None of that really was available at the time. We tried to, get some other people into our game, but I think a lot of the game reviewers and people that would be looking at something like this early, everybody's just lost in next-gen analysis right now. So I think a lot of people were already playing PlayStation 5s or Xbox Series X stuff. So there weren't, long story short, there weren't other people for us to play online against, but we played online against each other, and we were howling. It was so much fun. It's incredibly addictive to play cops and robbers in super fast cars like this. I'm sucking because I'm chatting so much. But they've done a really nice job with the lighting and the details in the environments. Obviously urban stuff that you're going to race through, and lots of beautiful trees, evoking the rich history of Need for Speed. And I actually looked at the PlayStation 1 version of Need for Speed on the Polymega, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, and ouch! Huge quality drop on the PlayStation 1. But it was fascinating to look at that. I also pulled the Xbox 360 game off the shelf and popped it into the Xbox One and the Series X. And the Xbox 360 Need for Speed Hot Pursuit is not backwards compatible with either of the platforms. So this is the way that you play classic Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. But I felt like I had the most fun in this game being the cop, because you get the tools. You get the EMP shot, and we're going to bounce out of here because I'm sucking right now. And hopefully the audio is all right. Let's see. So we go back to quit to auto log. Should load fairly quickly. As the cops, we'll jump in right now. We'll see what kind of an experience you get right here. Ooh, there's something up there. I think something cool will... Okay, we'll try this. As the cops, of course, you get all the weaponry. So you jump into these different vehicles. I think this is my fastest one right now. Is the not the Charger. There's another level of better cop cars that I'm not on. I think it's the patrol unit or something like that. So there's different tiers for cops, and there's different tiers for the cars that you can unlock in the game as well. But as the cops, of course, you get all of the beautiful gadgets, the weapons, the James Bond style doodads. So you can drop spike strips behind you. You can send out roadblocks to try to block the cars that you're chasing. You've got an EMP bomb that you can throw at different cars, and they will slow them down. So it's crazy amounts of fun, especially in multiplayer. But I felt that compulsion more with the cop experience than with the being chased experience. It's just fun to see. I've got EMP, a helicopter, and the roadblocks at my disposal here. And the interceptor mode is actually kind of interesting, because this is about just chasing one guy down, and you've got a clock counting down, and the car will turn around on you, so it'll start going in a totally different direction, which is pretty crazy. So let's get some boosts. Let's see if I can actually get them. So I have to concentrate a little bit, so I might not be yakking as much. But generally, the Interceptor is... The mode of the Interceptor is you're dealing with smarter AI that really tries to evade your chase strategy. Oh, damn it. I was looking at all the... That was terrible. I was looking at whether I should use the EMP or not. Okay, so he's probably turning around right now on me, around these rocks. Oh, no, okay, he's around this hairpin. Here we go. So I'm going to drop a roadblock.
Roadblock is deployed directly ahead of you.
And let's see if they slow him down at all. And so the way that you capture these guys is you have to damage them to the point of them either being totally destroyed or finally giving up the chase. Okay, so he hit the roadblock. So it was effective. Oh, okay. He might be turning around right now. And the interceptor cars will also, the cars you're chasing will also take the shortcuts. So it becomes quite... Yeah, he's on a shortcut right now. Becomes quite frustrating when they jam your systems, and they're very sneaky. Okay, so there's the cop right there. Or there's the car I'm chasing right there. Here we go. Let's do another roadblock.
All units, roadblock in position ahead.
Ah! They also get you.
Satellite connection down. All units are being jammed.
Okay.
On target.
So he may turn around right now, but I'm way behind him, so he probably won't. Okay, let's get in the tunnel.
Suspect last seen on Eagle Crest Road.
Still going up there. Here we go. Come on. I sent a chopper after him. Let's see. So this guy is super fast. The chopper tries to buzz the car and then also drops a spike strip on it. Oh, and now they dropped a spike strip, and I have to avoid their weapons as well. So it's kind of like Mario Kart, but with more stakes. You know what I'm saying? Super fun, especially multiplayer. I can't stress that enough.
Spike strip has failed to slow. The target suspect is still on the run.
Okay. I'm going to drop one more roadblock. Let's see what happens.
Roadblock units deploying directly ahead of you.
See how the weather changed? Went from rain to snow. Stellar did a good job. All right. Oh. And so EMP, I have to be kind of somewhat close to the driver. Somewhat close to the car in order to activate the systems. Let's give it a shot.
EMP activated, acquiring.
Oh, he got me with the spike strips. Damn it. Oh. I lost him.
Is out of range. EMP lock-on failed.
Super cool. All right, I'm not going to get him. So that is a nice little taste of Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered. I think it's actually really, really fun. It's a cool pickup, and one thing that I dig is that, you know, now that we're in the next gen, it's an Xbox One game, but it works beautifully on Series X. You're going to get a bit of performance boost. Everything's going to look a little bit glossier and run a little bit better. But that's the idea. You're basically knocking down all of the different challenges that you have on the racer side, and then you're knocking down all of the challenges that you get on the cop side. And as you get better and better, you unlock new tiers and new levels of vehicles that go faster and faster. And there's lots of little Criterion engineered secrets. The remastered game also includes all the DLC that came out with the original game, and it's all tuned and refined. It's not Burnout Paradise. But it's a nice, side part of what Criterion has sort of given to EA's racing experiences. It does make me think, though, and I thought about this, we're talking about remastered games, and this is what's so weird about this generation, and recently, especially this year, it just feels like there's been so many remakes and remasters and revisits. And there's so much backwards compatibility, and there are cool collections. And I feel like EA could have taken the opportunity to really craft something amazing around their partnership and their association with Criterion. They could have collected all of the Burnout games as part of a Burnout collection, or done some of the stuff with Need for Speed and maybe some of the other things that they were working on. Maybe give us some prototypes of stuff that they were working on. This really crazy idea of like any vehicle goes kind of racing. And of course, they've been working on they did VR stuff on Star Wars, which was insane. But it would have been cool for EA to just say, the Criterion Collection, no pun intended. It could have been like a nice smorgasbord of the creativity that Criterion has sort of bequeathed the world, gifted the world, and that would have been really sweet. So as cool as this is, it's less of a mind-blowing, surprise that Burnout Paradise Remastered was when that was announced and eventually came out, and I loved it. But I still think this is a worthy addition to a racing fan's collection. It's not going to compete with Forza Horizons or, the sort of the modern day best of racers that are out there right now. But it's still beautiful. It's still a beautiful, fun, and very addictive experience, particularly if you can convince a couple of your friends to also get in on the game and play it together. I'd give Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered an 8 out of 10. All right. No graphic. But I wanted to talk about that, and I wanted to review it, and I wanted to move on. So let's talk about some of the other stuff that's on here. Okay, so we have map designed is ripped from Horizon. Very sleek. Very cool. Mike Williams. Okay, let's jump into... we're going to throw in SSX. We're going to see if that just loads up super quick. There we go. I guess it would be this way. I might have a disc in there. Do I? No. Okay. Boom. You guys want to see Fallout 4? Let's see. I don't have that loaded, but it won't take too long to load. Update this for your current console to play this game. A free update? Sure. Let's install. Okay, so SSX 3 for the original Xbox is loading into the Series X right now. Do you guys want to see Burnout Paradise Remastered? Might as well, right? Here we go. I think Need for Speed, The Run would be great to see in 4K remastered or not. Kashimoto. Yeah, there's a lot of different... They've made so many Need for Speed games. There's a lot of fans for different groups out there. Oh, you know what? I'm going to turn the audio off because this gets into Guns N' Roses right away. A little love for Criterion today on the stream, right? Download speeds have been incredible, but I've recently done a sweep in the house because of streaming, and I've just gone full. I was using Wi-Fi quite a bit, and now I'm completely patched in all over the place, and so all of my internet is just much smoother and faster. Streams have been better. I was hosting events, and at live events like the External Development Summit, and we just couldn't have any hiccups. So I patched everything in hardwired, and so everything is super fast now. Okay. Big Kev, I will load up Fallout 4. This loads very quick as well, you'll see. Ori 2 does not have the enhancements yet. Colin McDonald, but again, I'm not playing in 4K. I'm not streaming in 4K. Oh, pearlescent. There we go. What? Metallic. There we go. It's weird. It's like I want to move over to the gray. There it is. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to turn the music off, and then it loads right into the game. It's super fast. Okay, let's see if we have any... This DJ Atomica is a Vancouver actor. I did a search, a Wikipedia search on the guy, because I was like, where is this guy? Who is this guy? And I kind of miss him. I miss him in EA's games. I wish they would bring him back. Maybe I'll have him on a show one day. Pretty funny. He was in a ton of their games. Okay, so I'm going to turn all the music off. 1 second here. Music is off. EA. Like when you turn the music off, don't have the music playing. It was just playing Guns N' Roses the whole time. Okay, accept and soundtrack. Don't play, don't play, don't play, don't play, don't play, don't play, don't play. Look at this. Don't. EA, put a don't play licensed music button on your stuff. How hard would that be? I mean, it's cool you spent all this money for this stuff, but I don't want to hear from the record labels, you know, when I'm showing off the game. Okay, boom, 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 boom. I'm doing this because I don't know if somehow they're going to sneak in. Look at how much music. Unreal. No wonder they want you to hear it. They spent a fortune on this stuff. Okay, off, 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 off. Change all. There we go. Oh, don't play. There we go. That's much easier. Okay, accept. No music. Now I'll turn on the volume, and we'll race around. Let's see. Is there a? That's it for options, eh? There's no performance stuff in here. I guess not. They may update some of these things right now that they're all playable on here. Brad L. Dwyer. I haven't had to do that before. The Y button would have worked, yes. So they actually did have a don't play all licensed music button. Live and learn. Look at this. I mean, there's just like... Obviously, it's cartoony and insane, and it's not meant to be taken with the same degree of seriousness as Need for Speed. But, like, this is just an explosive game right out of the gate. It's just so cool. Wow! Oh, I flipped over. That's awesome. This game, copyright strike racer. Yes, very much, right? This game is on fast forward. It's incredible. So fast. Last Disciple and a Roke B with some great comments. There we go. Or Erok. Split Second works in backwards compatibility too. I'd have to go and grab that disc. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, this just opens up a whole sea of testing now and streaming opportunities too, right? Being able to dig back into classic Xbox stuff and check it out. There we go. I can't tell you guys how many fences and billboards I've been smashing across the various versions of Burnout. I have this game permanently installed on every console I have and PC. I love it. It's just so fun. I mean, it's like a car superhero game in a way, you know? Ah! Hello. Let's go fix the car. I mean, can you feel how solid it is and how, like, it just feels impervious, you know? Like the machine can just handle it. Obviously, it's still 1080p. Gates everywhere. Oh, it's so hard to stop playing this game. It's so addictive. There we go. Gate Hunter. CJ and Go TV. Yes, I am still in Vancouver. I work often with the Vancouver Film School. We actually were set up there. Oh, I don't think I've ever gone down this path before. Oh, that's so cool. There's a little ramp right there. I probably haven't seen this since the original game. We were shooting in the VFS Cafe in Vancouver for about a year and a half, just before the pandemic made us have to stop. But we were doing live shows out of there, and it was amazing. And just before the pandemic had sort of set in, we were doing something. It basically created a movie club with the another jump. With the studios across Canada. We were actually getting movie passes to early screenings, because the same ones I would go to shoot my reviews. And I would bring a big chunk of the audience that would come to watch the show. Oops, not fast enough. To the movies. So we'd do the show, and then we'd go and see the film together, which was really fun. And then, of course, that lasted for a few months until the pandemic said, go home, work from your basement. Okay, so this is what happens in this game. And pathetic Earthling question, do you get paid more if... I honestly don't know if people watch the whole pre-roll ad. I honestly don't know how all of the payment structure is. I know that if people watch more, YouTube likes that. I know that the thumbs up really help, and the subscriptions really help, and the... super chats and the engagements and all that. Basically, I think what YouTube does is they track engagement. So pre-rolls and, understanding that having some advertising income come in for the content that we make is needed. And we're grateful that we have that and that you guys watch that stuff. But I think what YouTube really looks for is just how much it's shared, how much you comment, how much you thumbs up, how much you, if you buy merch, like they set up this thing where we put our Teespring T-shirts and stuff, links to it right underneath the video, and YouTube tracks all of that. Google, they know where we are. You know what's going on. They know what's going on in our lives, and so the more engagement around all that stuff, the better for the channel, and the more ways that we can make revenue. And I don't really say this outside of our community, but I think you guys all kind of know that, when I have a budget, I will spend that budget to make you the best content about games on Earth. That's what I've done for 25 years. And I've had some great partners over that 25 years that has allowed me to hire the best people there are, commenting and doing reviews and interviewing on Earth. And that's what I want to do. So, help me grow. I'll help make cool things. That's what it's all about. So that's what I talk about with broadcast potential partners or distribution potential partners or sponsored partners. But that also goes to all of you guys as well. If you guys would like to see more classic types of EP content, or to see us make, a YouTube version of what we've always done on television, it comes down to growth, and it comes down to, people kind of getting behind that concept. But it's all possible. It's what I want to do. I more than anything, I miss the collaborative kind of opportunities that I've had with EP, and I would like to grow it. But that being said, it also has been this year has been really awesome as well. I've had to learn a lot of new things, like streaming, and get comfortable kind of being a solo content creator. And it's been empowering, and I've been editing a lot, which has been incredibly gratifying and fun. And I've been streaming a lot, and that's been super fun too. And then there are all kinds of weird, different opportunities keep cropping up, like commenting on CNN every once in a while, and hosting events and things like that. And I'm doing it all out of this space, which is just mind-blowing. But however you support me and support EP, I am eternally grateful, and I'm just glad that you are here. So this is Burnout Paradise. Nice that we're going to end on a crash right there. Awesome, Paul Adamson. That's fantastic. Let's download Fallout. SSX3 is almost finished installing. We're going to check that out. But let's delete a couple of games, and let's download Fallout 4. So what can I delete here? What am I not going to go back to? See, this is the tough thing. I think I'm going to delete Gears 5 because Fallout's going to be big. Oh, Although it's it's hard, man. I don't want to delete any of these things. I want to play them all. But it's big, so I'm going to delete Gears 5. I want to play a little bit more of Avengers. This is where I'll play it. So uninstall Gears 5 for now. No offense to anybody at the Coalition. It's a beautiful game. You guys did a great job. I've already reviewed Gears Tactics, so I'm going to delete that too. And we are going to... I think I've got Fallout 4 in here. I don't know if it was a code. Let's go by names. I don't know if it was a code or if I got the disc. There's Skyrim. Oh, I have Fallout 4 as a disc. Maybe it's in Game Pass though. Let's see. No, it's not. Okay. Okay. Do you guys want me to go dig up my Fallout 4 disc? Let's see. Red Dead needs like a... Yeah, I didn't put Red Dead 2 on there. I love how Vic doesn't feel the need to throw his ego about or crack a funny joke for the audience every other sentence. It's so refreshing. Oh, that's cool, Fenton. You guys know me. It's official. Victor, John O'Brother, don't put that out there. You guys want me to go get the Fallout 4 disc? I guess everybody's curious to see how that runs. Okay, one sec. I'll be right back. I got to find it. All right. Talk amongst yourselves. It's so crazy how you can hear the you can hear that Vectrex as you come in as okay, you guys are chatting. I love it. I love it. Okay, so I've got SSX3 in there right now. Let's try that out first, okay, you guys? I have to turn the music off though, or turn the volume off for a second here, because it's going to load up a licensed thing. So give us a sec, and let's jump into SSX3 games. Boom. Insane. Original Xbox game on Xbox Series X. Kashimoto, I'll have Tommy back very soon. Absolutely. I think the idea is we're gonna chat about the launch of these new machines, and we'll get into all of that stuff as well. We'll get updates on Intellivision for sure. Faramer, I've been gaming for a long time, pal. So I own a library for sure. Okay, DJ Atomica is back. We give EA a lot of crap in our business. A lot of YouTubers out there just, they make their living just throwing shade at EA over and over again. But holy crap, they've brought us some incredible games. They're an amazing company. They do some things that are questionable for sure, but they've delivered a lot of joy. Oh, so we don't get any MC? That sucks. Oh, we got the DJ speech. Okay, that's on. So the music is off. And character speech is on. Okay, here we go. So that's going to stay. Okay. Video calibration. Look at that. This is so dated. It's amazing. Okay. Screen position. We're fine. Does that look okay? Actually, I can make it bigger, can't I? Oh no, I'm just moving it over. Okay, there we go. There we go. Controller setting done. Yes. Not on the hard disk. That's awesome. Sure. How surreal is this, right? Let's go to. I always like Moby. He is actually a. I forget his last name. His name is Matt. You guys can Wikipedia that actually, but he was in marketing at EA, and they called him in to be this character, and he does a great job. He's got all this energy, and he was awesome. Have I ever shown off my streaming gear? Would be cool to see how Vic's basement is set up. I haven't, but I have that camera is a Panasonic GH5. I'm plugged into an AverMedia 2. I've got a Sun Gun and an XLR adapter for the microphone hooked up to the top of the camera. This is a Loughton Audio voice mic. We did a comparison between the Shure that everybody uses and this, and we kind of like the sound of this a little bit better. So we went with this, but Shure has got a brand new podcaster mic out there, which looks cool too. It's a lot of good gear, lots of different ways in. XLR cables, I'm running through a slightly older iMac that still works fine. It's a 4K 27-inch iMac. And I probably have more options to me on a PC, but I tend to do my work on a Mac and my gaming on a PC. So I'm just happy that I can kind of keep it all here. So it's the same Mac that I do all my editing and stuff on too. But I am looking at upgrades to a lot of things next year, obviously, to get us more into 4K. But look at how clean this is, man. This is 1080p, and it looks amazing. And now this will probably pop off the screen with some HDR, and it equalizes everything and evaluates the scene, so it gives you the hardware's best estimation of how to best utilize HDR for your game, and that in each particular scene in real time. And I can't wait to check that out. I can't wait to check this game out with the auto HDR that Xbox Series X puts in there. But holy crap, this has stood the test of time. Still beautiful, still super fun, and I can't remember how to play everything. I got to get used to it again. So bad. I can't remember the stunts. What do I do? No. What is it? What do I... Oh, it's these. It's the D-pad, right. Okay. A lot of button mashing to try to figure stuff out. There we go. I remember the first SSX on PlayStation 2. I lived in a suburb of Vancouver called Richmond at the time, and we had we were living in a townhome, my wife and I, and we had a big basement in the space, and that was 20 years less of stuff in our house, and so I had the space in the basement to get a projector and a screen, and we just transitioned to PlayStation 2, and SSX was like the first game. It was the game I was most, everybody was on the PlayStation 2, most fired up to play. And I remember putting that onto the projector and feeling full-on vertigo. Just like, ugh, my stomach was like, what? It was so fast, and there was, huge jumps and stuff. And I was like, holy crap, I'm feeling this. Now, 20 years later, still incredible, but the industry has progressed so much. Oh! So I forget how to do all of the Uber tricks are, what is it? Oh, L trigger and, no? Was that right? No. What is it? Oh, they really got to bring this back, right? SSX VR one day. Yeah, wouldn't that be amazing? Abby Jameson with the correct comment. It felt like next gen. Yeah, I mean the difference between PlayStation 1 games, and there were snowboarding games on PlayStation 1, and then playing SSX on a launch PlayStation 2 was gigantic. And I think that's honestly a very interesting analogy to make with what we're talking about now with, look at how clean that is though, right? That's 1080p. That just looks, it's still popping off the screen. But I think that's an interesting analogy to make because we're not seeing that enormous, gigantic, cavernous leap from 1X to Series X. Where we're seeing the improvements is just the enhancements and the polish across the board on previous software, and the ease of use, the quality of life stuff. And if you've got the physical hardware, the televisions that are 120 frames per second, and all the 4K adapters and connectors and the right cabling, the HDMI 2.1, that's where you're going to really see those essential improvements. But yeah, it's not PS1 to PS2. It's not that. Okay, so let's pop the disc out. Here we go. We're going to throw in some Fallout 4 and load that up. Need to go OG Battlefront 2 on the Series X. I think I can download that. Cool Borders would look very dated there. That is... Who said that? I saw it. DeChamp 14 2006. Yeah, Cool Borders would look dated. Okay, so let's pop that in. Hey, I've been offline for a while. Do we know who the President of the United States is yet? Has that been announced? Anybody know? Okay. So Fallout 4 is loading. Here we go. That's going to take a second. Why don't we throw in a little Witcher 3? It's not a hot machine. Yeah, that's okay. Update it now. It's not the cooling and venting on this thing is so smart. Huge fan, lots of ventilation, which they made look pretty darn cool. They have some B-roll here of it's a slick looking console, Oh, I kept the audio off on SSX. I apologize on that, guys. It's a great-looking machine. Okay. So back to me. Witcher Wild Hunt. I'll just make sure the music is off on this. Oh, you did an Avengers survey there, Blair Farrell. What are your thoughts on Avengers? Go ahead and type that up for many, many pages of text. Okay. I love how The Witcher catches you up. I think every game should do this. I have started this game on a bunch of different platforms, but I've never had time to just work all the way through it. And I really want to. I love it. It's a gorgeous game. I loved it on the Switch. I loved it on PC and PlayStation and Xbox. It's amazing. Again, this is another game I have on every platform. Vic, always trigger hot with the EPN logo. What does that mean? Oh, because it's right beside my full screen camera one. I don't have one of those fancy, what is it, the Elgato button switcher things. I should check into one of those things. I feel like I've wrote enough. Blair Farrell, I hope it gets better. I feel for the people who have to fix its problems. Oh, man. That's brutal coming from you. You're the biggest superhero video game fan I know, and that's coming from me. Acnode sis, we're all stressing here in America. Yeah, I'm sorry to bring up something, bringing up stuff. Older guy probably going to win, Marco Hernandez. That doesn't say anything. Okay. Let's skip all this. We're going to option up. We're going to go I don't think this has copyright stuff in it, but just in case. Okay, we are going to continue. Of course, music starts playing right away. Turn the music off, music starts loading right away. Did you know about the Burger King PS5 giveaway contest? No, what's up with that? John, fill us in. Isn't it nice being Canadian? We can say, oof, luckily they ain't us. Joseph Hughes. Well, whatever happens in the States affects the whole world. And I think, Americans kind of understand that, right? Like we're passionately interested in what happens because we care about our American friends and we want the best for everybody. But what happens there affects everywhere. Okay, it's super dark, right? Let's see what happens if I get out of the house. It's crazy dark. I'm going to switch that. How do I do it? Is it this? This one. Okay. Options. Display. Reese Gamma. You can't even see it on there. I think I've got my brightness all the way up on my computer. So this is crazy bright on my monitor, but it should be better fidelity for you guys. Let's see. Not much difference, eh? Okay. Well, let's get outside. Fallout 4 is ready to start. Doesn't mean that it's totally downloaded. Again, 1080p, 60 frames per second. Well, actually, I don't know if it's 60 frames per second. But that's what I'm streaming at. I haven't seen this in 4K. I haven't seen, the HDR pop up off the screen or, what kinds of enhancements happen the minute that you load this up. This is the first time I'm playing Witcher 3 on Series X. Blair Farrell, I love America and I love Americans. It's an incredible country. And if we happen to have any Americans in our chat today, welcome. I can tell you guys all this, that there would be no Electric Playground without the United States of America. My first broadcaster was based in Bellingham, Washington, KVOS TV. And they had I forget the guy's, I should know this, but I forget the gentleman's name, the general manager there. But he was wonderful, and he supported us right out of the way, signed my first agreement letter on picking up the show. This looks amazing. And then consequently, I was able to get other partners and other companies that were on board with what I was proposing with Electric Playground out of the States. That led to Canadian companies saying, well, you've sold it into America already. Okay, well, let's see if we'll put it on our stations as well, in our networks. And so that sort of got the ball rolling. And then, of course, over the years, we had excellent partners. Discovery, G4, Turner. There was a company out of New York called Rainbow Media. We made the first HD video game show called The Art of Play for their network. Won an Emmy for our work on Game Tap News, which I was happy to produce for Turner. And right now, I work semi-regularly with the CNN folks talking about video games, and I'm friends with tons of people across the country. I've been able to visit game studios everywhere, and people that work in television everywhere, and in the news. America is amazing, and it's filled with wonderful people. And one of the things that I love about the States so much is the adventurous quality that people have there, the can-do kind of quality that, nothing is impossible in the States. And sometimes in our country, in Canada, it does feel that people innately feel like they can't accomplish things, like the struggle will be too difficult, or, it's a little out of place to have ambition beyond what you can imagine for yourself. And I don't think that exists in quite the same way in the U.S. There's a positive quality in the humility that Canadians have. And I absolutely recognize the value of collaborative spirit and the sort of not balancing the ego in Canada that has benefited a lot of movie production units and definitely game development and animation houses, because there's so many people and so many different disparate talents that have to kind of work together to build things. It's worked out quite well in Canada. But I think, in America, there is that sort of entrepreneurial spirit, that sort of let's go, let's try it, that I always admire. And it breaks my heart to see the divisiveness and so much strife and unhappiness. And I honestly hope that through this tough stuff down south, that a lot of stuff gets worked out, and everyone in the country finds its way back to celebrating what makes it so special, So there's my speech about America. But I know it's tough right now with this election and how uncertain everything feels. Kashimoto, G4 was awesome, even though I missed the first year Vic moved to that network. I was a young buck and left the nest and only had basic cable, Kashimoto. Yeah, that whole relationship with G4 was amazing. And it really speaks to the creative partnerships that exist in the production communities between Canada and the U.S. I met Charles Hirschhorn, the founder of the network, through Ed Freeze from Xbox, because we were covering Xbox stuff all the time. We worked with them through the launch of the original Xbox on EP, and we were interviewing. We were down in Seattle all the time visiting those guys, and Ed knew that this new network was coming up, and so he introduced me to Charles Hirschhorn, who was working at Disney in the television department and shooting movies of the week all the time and working up in Vancouver all the time. And so he came and visited us early in the sort of development cycle of what G4 was going to be, and he presented the vision for the network, knowing that we were already in full production with EP and producing video game content. And he said, let's figure out a way to work together. And there was this symbiotic partnership and a collaborative spirit right there between a Canadian independent production studio and this big LA-based American network, and knowing that we were kind of going to be interdependent and build some cool things together. And we did. Basement Gaming, thank you so much. You effing love the trips down memory lane VR grid. I don't stop very often, other than when I talk with you guys, to kind of reflect on some of these amazing moments and experiences and opportunities that I've had in my career. But I feel it every day, and you guys are a part of that, man. Especially some of you lifers, some of you guys that have been around watching our stuff since the 90s. I never forget how fortunate I am. I've always known it. I always will know it, and I'm always grateful for it. And you guys are a part of that. I also feel extraordinarily fortunate that I get to talk about this stuff, that these are the things that I focus my creative energy around, whether it's through the interviews that I do or the reviews or the visits that I get to do, and hopefully will again soon. I know how lucky I am. And that's why it chaps my butt when I see people just dismissing developers or being extraordinarily rude towards publishers, painting them in one color, and saying this is what these guys represent. Because I've known these companies and these people that work at these companies for a quarter of a century, and I know how. I have this very unique perspective on all of it, and I love this business, man. I love it. I love the video game business, and I love the media business as well, and being able to kind of bridge those things, And, my life's work has been about trying to get more people to pay attention to this space and to see the beauty in it and to see the artistry and the cultural relevance of games, And meanwhile, the games industry has just been evolving and finding new ways to engage more people and bringing more and more cinematic stuff to life, you know? I mean, look at this. This is years old now, and it's still extraordinarily gorgeous. Look at the God rays. And their new game is coming out in December, and it's gonna be a banger, man. People are gonna look at that and go, "Holy crap, that's a video game!" And Keanu Reeves is in it. Oh my God! And I can't wait to talk about it. So again, though, this is 1080p. I don't know if there's like a performance mode. Let's see. Let's go into the options. I don't think there is. Gameplay. Oh, it's probably in display. Rescale, post-processing, advanced. Let's see what's in advanced. Okay, we're in 4K mode. So let's go in performance mode. So this should boost the frame rate. Okay, yes it does. It is breathtaking, right? John Boko. I know what you mean. Now, like this, I want to just get lost and play this game forever, too. It's so slick. So we're in 1080p. So you guys saw no change in resolution and just this massive bump in frame rate, and it's just gorgeous. I'm sure it's locked at 60. I don't have the Digital Foundry tool bench and all the gear that those guys must have that they put all their stuff through. Man, I love those Digital Foundry guys. They're fascinating, you know, singular, unique, entertaining, educational. Love them. Huge fans. Talk to your elf. Talk to the elf. So I'm not really playing. I'm just walking around. Let's talk to this Cleaver's hench dwarf. Oh, he's telling me to screw off. Okay. Oh my God. I don't have any of the sound going again. I'm sorry. I keep turning it off so that I apologize. So none of the licensed music pops in. There you go. Vic and James Rolfe, make it happen. There you go. Do I have a router? Yes, I do. So here we go. We're going into an urban setting. Look at this. Holy crap. I mean, this is what Series X is. It's like, here's your game that you've had for a while. And this isn't even in HDR. But here's your game. You've had it for a while. Do you want to make it feel like it's brand new? Yes, I do. Yeah, great comment there, Harish Marish. Hate the angry reactions, but the comments did get EA to transition away from microtransactions in Battlefront 2. Yeah, 100%. And yeah, there's definitely been some gross taking advantage of from Activision and 2K and EA around microtransactions, 100%, and other ways to monetize that have been kind of egregious, like after the game launch kind of patches that add in stuff that weren't there when the review units, you know, got out to people. That sucks. And you know, we do have to call these companies on that stuff. We can't just be everything is nice and beautiful all the time. I guess my comments on that is that it becomes overwhelming about the vitriol, and there's a lot of, you know, views and traffic around the anger around games, and that can get a bit exhausting. And I know that like so many people feel that passion, and that passion is definitely valuable. But I also see that there's a bit of a pile-on that happens, and honestly, I think there's a lot of you know, content creators out there that see somebody doing some success with getting angry and saying, "Well, I'm going to be angry too," and then that becomes this callous kind of noise that happens in our medium. But you know what? Passionate fans are part of the movie business, and they're part of every business, the comic business, all of it. And there are positives that come out of that kind of aggressive stance as well, right? I think the business will be in a better shape as it continues to transition to subscription, which I know scares a lot of purists that want the physical media experience and everything on the disc or cartridge. But the more we move to subscription, the more all of these little extra widgets that they try to sell us start to just get roped into the core experience, because at a certain point it becomes about how much time you spend in a game, not how many things they can sell you to spend time in a game. And subscription is the path to that. And then suddenly there's this a new flattening, I think, of content deliverables as opposed to like piecemealing, nickel and diming you on stuff, you know? It becomes, again, an industry about content rather than economies. Okay. That's a taste of The Witcher 3. Vic, do you think physical media games are going away? They won't completely disappear, but I think they're going to go the way that records have gone, you know? And, you know, I don't think they're going to become boutique experiences. And I don't know how much longer consoles get made with physical media apparatus attached. I think what we probably will see is like one more generation of machines after this that won't have inputs, and then probably that just gets integrated into other technologies down the road. Vinyl is doing good, yes, and there will be a market for the collectability of classic physical stuff, and there will be new businesses that try to sell, just like there is in the vinyl industry. They get the licensing to remaster classic records. The thing that's different with records, though, is that there isn't a technological leap and a complete reinvention of that technology across decades. So somebody can have an old record player and an old record, and you hook it up to your stereo in exactly the same way, and you can play it. Games are not like that. And so games are all over the damn place, and you need different things to play different games. And that's why Polymega is so exciting, right? The idea of a retro console that's focused on that market, that can play multiple different media sources, that's pretty rad. But that's what the games industry is kind of facing right now. And honestly, I think all of that gets completely, like the retro scene in terms of selling to a mass audience gets completely squished if, let's say, Nintendo says, you know what, we locked it up, we licensed it all, it's going to cost you $9 a month, and or whatever, or $5 a month, and you can play every NES game that was made for the Nintendo Entertainment System. I don't think there are going to be too many people that will go on the hunt after that for expensive Nintendo Entertainment System cartridges. I may be wrong. Maybe that spurs that. But it's a bit of a different marketplace than the vinyl thing. I think the idea of the boutique kind of collectability is similar around cartridges and old CD-ROM stuff that plays on classic machines. It's similar, but there's just been so many technological advancements and changes that it's not only expensive, but it becomes like another gate for fans to walk through. Whereas with records, it's really cool to go into a secondhand store and pick up an old record and take it home and pop it on your record player that you bought last year, and it works. You know, it's really cool to find a 50-cent album and it sounds great. John Boko said, Phil Spencer said that he is increasing backward compatibility to this, so when it's complete, then you don't need the disc. Abby Jameson says, I'll likely always collect carts and old discs until I have all the games I want to preserve, but I'm definitely in the minority. Yeah, I mean, I think that there is a market for that, and that's why companies like Analog and Polymega and Hyperkin and the other, retro console, they're so cool and they're so valuable But I just don't see it becoming. It's like a piece of it's a smaller piece of a small piece, you know. And games are bridging and moving towards mass quantities of people playing games like we've never even imagined. I mean, this year has been incredible for that. Nintendo made $7 billion on the Switch in the last 6 months or something like that. Like, games are going crazy this year. Everybody is playing video games. Blair Farrell says, I used to love retro shopping, but now it costs so much for just one game. Sean Wax says, love you, gotta run. Take it easy, Sean. Any new information about Archetype Entertainment? Don't know them, Charlie Lee. Not off the top of my head. Fill me in a little bit more. Kashimoto, I only just started collecting PS3 and 360 physical games. You know, I think there is some money on the table that a company like PlayStation is kind of leaving off. And honestly, like Microsoft could be doing this too, like remastering or re-releasing physical games that play on these new machines. I think there's a market in there, you know, not just having to invest in the development of them and making them new specs of games, but actually taking the old quality of the game, letting the engine, the hardware, just upscale everything and make everything like we just saw in SSX3, but going back into those libraries and saying, well, we're just going to, you know, re-release these old original Xbox games on disc if you want them. And they're $10 or whatever they can get the price down to. I think there's a market there, you know. And PlayStation's got that too, you know. I mean, look at how crazy people went for the retro consoles. I had older consoles. I sold them, put the money towards the newer system, Kashimoto. Yeah, I mean, it's different strokes for different folks, but it's certainly not quite the same through line with records. I mean, how many of you are vinyl collectors and vinyl listeners out there? Archetype is the ex-BioWare guys. Oh, very cool. I haven't checked into that, Charlie. I got to check those out. Hip Hop Dan still DJs. Very cool. All right, so that was Witcher 3. Let's jump into, and we saw the frame rate boost right there. Let's jump into Fallout's still loading, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, we'll wait till it's fully loaded. Let's go into Doom Eternal. And I'm going to turn the music off because it's going to boost into stuff. I played this. Can't play Dirt 5 Las Vegas. It's under embargo. I can play the Xbox. No, I can't. I can't stream it, I don't think. I'm not sure. I think I don't. Off the top of my head, I don't know what I can, but I know I can't play it on Series X. I find buying vinyl is my preferred way to support my favorite artists. Moved off CDs a while ago and didn't like the digital route. From Mike Williams. Far Cry 5. You want to check out Far Cry? You can't mute Mick Gordon greatness. How dare you? Well, I know I'm going to get... the music is amazing in Doom. Both Doom games. Okay, here we go. I agree. You have the rights to my soul. Okay, so you can't see it at all. I'm going to go right up to the brightest. Here we go. Got our login reward. We're going to go... Oh, customizing your thing. Okay. Where's the options? Okay, right here. I got some pre-order rewards. I played this on PS4 Pro and PC. Oh, it's this. Okay, video. We're going to go... Maybe game. UI. Nope. Video. Is there audio? Turn that off. One sec. Subtitles off. Okay. Is there nothing for... I guess it ran at 60 frames per second already, so I don't know how much different this is going to look. I think this is one that you really benefit from checking this out on a 4K display. So let's jump into the campaign. Hopefully there's no... What? I thought I did. Oh, okay. That's weird. How does it let you get to here, but you can't play... Oh, I can play multiplayer. That's weird. Okay, so we can't play that yet. Let's go to... no, not my pins. Let's go to See All. And what else can we check out? Sea of Thieves. Let's jump in here. I must have installed the multiplayer, Wesley West. I guess so. Okay. This game, staggeringly beautiful. Already was beautiful. And then, I don't know, it's just flawless, gorgeous, with HDR blooming. And I loaded it up. It was a stormy evening when I started the game. The last time I just checked it out on the Series X, and little pockets of light were filtering in through the clouds, and it was stunning. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna settings. We're boop 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 boop. Audio settings. We're gonna take the music down. I think the shanties are probably okay. Here we go. Okay, I don't know who's going to pop in here. Hunter Tinsley, SSX was installed from the disk, just like... it was downloaded. So you put the disk in, and then it downloads from the... good question. Downloads from the servers. And just like Fallout 4 is doing right now. I wish Miles Morales was out on the 10th so I could play it on the holiday on the 11th. I'll have 13, though, Blair Farrell. It's always superheroes with you, right? And comic book stuff. I love it. I'll be talking about Miles. I think I can say this. I think I'll be talking about Miles tomorrow. So make sure you come back for that. I may edit a piece on Miles. All right, here we go. Set sail. Sorry, I was waiting for the game to just go. What does it say if you put in an unsupported original Xbox? It pretty much just says that, Hunter. This disc is not supported. Faramer Gaming, just like previous gens, physical copies of games will install from the disk. However, updates are downloaded from a server, and it depends on ISP. Okay. They did say that there were updates to the games, but I assumed it just downloaded the whole game. I bit the bullet and bought the special edition Miles to get the updated Spider-Man game. So did I, Abby Jameson. It might end up being the only PlayStation 5 disc that I have, which will be weird because I've got the disc version of the PS5 coming. But I love Spider-Man so much, and I want to play the enhanced version of the original Spider-Man. Okay, so, let's see if there's some... Let's see if there's like a... No. Gameplay. No, okay. So I've got this at the max settings, but again, 1080p, you're not going to be able to see... might be running at 60 frames per second. It might have just auto started running. I mean, it seems pretty fast. I can't tell. Okay, here we go. Let's go jump on our ship. 60 frames? Nice. I should have all of that. Maybe that's stuff that I'll look into as well, as because I mean we're all becoming engineers with our game platforms. Maybe I should have like frame meters and things like that on my streams and stuff, so I can talk about it, but we can all sort of keep track of all that. Just read that the PS5 won't support storage expansion at launch, but will come at a later date. Does that sound normal? Nothing's normal about this year, Mike Williams. Right, Farmer Gaming. Oh, right. I got to lift up the... I have nobody on my ship, which is not a good idea, but let's get out to sea, right? So here we go. Last Disciple delayed. Skull and Bones. We should see something on that in the new year here. I check out a bunch of Xbox 360 games every once in a while I have on the Xbox One X. I haven't done a whole bunch of checking that out. One game I really want to see on the list is Captain America. I mean, I'd love to see that in... Does this stop when I have the thing lifted up, or does it just keep spinning like this? All right. Okay, so is it that deep? Okay, here we go. Watch me spin the anchor wheel. We're just going to take this and lift it up. Just hang tight for 10 minutes while I lift this up. Oh, Crash 4. Oh, somebody just hit me? Okay, it's up. All right, taking control, Jazzy. Fantastic, Jazzy Lala. I thought that the advancements for the next gen means that we're able to compress the games further, which makes them take up less space as well. You can choose what you want installed. Yeah, there is some of that. I haven't really seen software that is doing that yet. But yeah, I think that's a part of it. It's just using the disk and the storage in a smarter way. Dry Bones Jones, do I think a Switch Pro is coming? 100%. I think we're probably going to see something in January. Nintendo's going to get us through the holidays with the existing platform. And then some kind of enhanced Switch is definitely coming. That is an easy one to predict. No, I didn't get the Seagate expansion card. Sorry, I've got the hiccups. We'll see how I do on this, and then I've got an external drive that I've got some of my classic stuff on. Oh, they're shooting at us. What's happening? Where are they? We're sinking. Oh, no. Wood. Oh, we don't have any wood. How do we get the wood again? I haven't played this in a while. I need help. How do we get wood again? This is very dark too, isn't it? Okay, let's see if I can put the video brightness. No. Gameplay. I can't change it. Okay. Sorry it's so dark, you guys. I don't have any wood. How do I get wood again? We're totally sinking here. I don't know if this guy knows how to play. Do you know how to play? Do you have any wood? Oh man. Okay, this is not the best demo of Sea of Thieves you've ever seen. Oh, you know what, though? We landed, so we're fine. Let's go explore this island. Or is this where we just came from? It is, isn't it? So we did a full loop. Okay. It's a cool game. It's it's another one of these, like, just go and explore and get lost in it for hours and hours and don't really worry about much, you know? Like, you're going to get some stresses when you're trying to save your ships and stuff. But it's really just like a chill-out game, isn't it? Beautiful. It'll be interesting to see how Skull and Bones, because obviously they play this, so it'll be interesting to see what the devs do to kind of advance the idea of a multiplayer pirate experience. By the way, I have an interview with Craig Duncan coming soon to the audio podcast of Vic's Basement, which I recorded at External Development Summit last week, and we got into this game a little bit, and it has just grown and grown and grown in popularity, and a large part of that is the Game Pass placement that it has. People have just, jumped in and tested it out, and then I guess stuck with it and made friends. It has a huge community. I haven't played it since I reviewed it. Really, I've dabbled with it. I've checked it out, but it's another one of these persistent experiences where I don't normally have a lot of time to stay with games. I play them, talk about them, move on. But I definitely did appreciate it, and I love the fact that Rare has invested so much in adding content to this. Do I have any people on the chat right now that play this? That are like devout followers, that are like really unimpressed with my lame demo of Sea of Thieves right now? Technically, it's just marvelous, man. Look at the waves. Michael Bayless, very nice. Guys are talking about taco time. John Boko, of course I've met Matt Booty. I probably met him. I can't remember where I met him, but he's worked on a ton of games over the years. And nice guy. We're Facebook buds. It's been a while since I've chatted with him. But he's been on EP. I'm sure I've interviewed him about something fun. But I know he's doing good things. He's got a really nice shout out from devs out there that work with him. And I think a huge part of what he's been doing is just working with Phil and the rest of the Xbox leads to work out opportunity. Look at that. It's gorgeous. Work out opportunities for acquisition. Dry Bones Jones, waiting for Skull and Bones. Enjoyed AC Black Flag. Me too. Love that game. It's painful to watch. It's okay, though. Looks beautiful. Michael Bayless. Yeah, it's gorgeous. This is very... Oh, my ship is sinking. Goodbye. So we did a spin around, got a hole in the hull, brought the ship back, and sunk it. There's your 20-minute demo of Sea of Thieves. Okay, let's jump into something else here. So Fallout 4 is still loading in. Let's see what we got here. Can't play Like a Dragon. Can't play Valhalla. Can't play Watch Dogs. Played and reviewed Hot Pursuit. Oh, No Man's Sky. Let's check this out. Here we go. Oh, PUBG. I'll download PUBG. Actually, I'll put that in the queue right now. One second. If I have room for it, I might have to delete something. Okay. So Fallout's almost there. Microsoft Store is getting updated. So the other thing that's happening is obviously this thing hasn't launched yet, so I'm sure there's going to be some updates to the interface and the front end, and everything's getting tested. And I imagine, you're launching a new machine, but it plays everything from the previous generation, and then that previous generation played lots of stuff from two previous generations. So you've got to contend with all of that testing. They've tested 500,000 hours of backwards compatible games on this machine already. I don't have NHL 21 on this system. I have it on PlayStation 4, and they didn't upgrade to PS5, although I do have to play the NHL 94 update stuff on NHL just to check it out. I'm very curious. But anyways, let's jump into... so PlayerUnknown is queued. Fallout 4 is almost loaded up. Doom is loading. What we were going to jump into? Oh, No Man's Sky. Let's go play that. Okay, here we go. I haven't played this in ages. Can I just jump in? Oh. Okay. This is not a fast-paced demo. So I played this on the PlayStation 4 and a little bit on the PSVR. Am I allowed to show us playing last gen from an external hard drive? Yeah, I think I am. So I have to go and turn off. That's a good idea, Paul. I have to go and turn off that was weird how it's all loading in all that stuff, eh? Oh, there might be some enhancements on here. Let's see. Options. Video options. Oh, there's the Xbox One X enhancements. Restart, okay. So we want high performance because, let's see. This should auto to okay, so we have to restart the game. Oh, so we quit and then open. Okay. I have to, if I'm going to play some of the stuff off the old hard drive, I have to uninstall it. So I have to turn off the Xbox One X over there, and then I'll unhook and let's see. That's a great thing to test out. Let's go do that. So I'm going to take the external hard drive filled with games that I have on it out of my Xbox One X, and I'm going to plug it into the Series X, and let's see if it instantly recognizes all that software. So hang tight. I'll be right back. Talks amongst yourselves. It's good to have everybody here. 1 second here. Xbox One X is shutting down. right, I'm back. This is the hard drive that was plugged into the back of the Xbox One X. Let's plug this into the Series X, and we'll see how that works. Boom. That'd be great if it's that simple, right? Okay. Miles, Sony got in touch with me today, and it's coming. So I don't know when it'll be here, but are you guys digging this? Is this the correct thing for me to have done today, or would you have rather preferred like a 20-minute video on recounting experiences, or are you happy that I'm doing a stream and sort of doing this in real time? Is this kind of fun? I think this is a cool way to. I mean, this is the way to do things now, right? Like, you guys have questions, I can answer them in real time, and you can see this stuff working. It's not magic. It's not stuff that I'm putting together outside of this space. If you've set your console to check updates automatically, okay. Enable update checking, okay. All right, so let's jump into No Man's Sky. All good. This is the way. Okay, fantastic. Speaking of this is the way, today's Thursday, yes? I'm in game haze. I'm in the game avalanche. You guys can tell I've been playing a million things. Tomorrow's Friday. Christopher Papetel Lopez, I am doing great, and it's great to see you. I'm having a lot of fun. We were looking at the Xbox Series X today. But tomorrow it's Mandalorian Day. And so I'll definitely come back and talk to you guys about that. We'll play, I don't know what we'll play. We'll play something cool tomorrow. Might be indie, might be small, something I want to shine a light on. I will have a review of, I guess I'll do a live review of Miles. I'll either do a live review or I'll edit something and try to, I don't know. But we'll be talking about Miles tomorrow. And Mandalorian. So we're going to have some fun on Friday. I love it. Okay, let's check out No Man's Sky. I put it on performance mode. Let's do it. I love this game. It's so trippy. And I want to play it again. I want there to be more time in my life to play all of these incredible things. I don't have Disney Plus, but they're releasing one a week, Kratos 70, and it's a nice way to kind of wrap a week up. Actually, it's an incredible series. I think it's becoming like my favorite show of all time. Okay, so this is performance mode. Does this? Ooh, you can see all the textures are just popping in. I don't think this has been enhanced for Series X. And my ship is destroyed, so I can't get into... What do I have to do? So I have to open the inventory. I'm just going to turn the music down. I don't think this is licensed, but I don't know. Well, that's ineffectual way to turn them. I don't want to press the button 80 times. That's great. Hello, games. You could do that better. Give us a slider. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Return. Okay. And now I can turn up the game audio for you guys. Remind me if I don't turn the audio on. Tomorrow is Friday. This is like Subnautica in third person. Yes. So what do I have to do? Highlight the chart and use X. So I'm trying to fix my ship. What do I got to gather? Open the inventory. Okay, planetary chart. This gives you a lot of stuff. And they keep updating it, and then it's like different from what you remember it. So, again... Okay, I'm in my ship, but I can't do anything. Just, can you tell me what I gotta get? And where do I get it? So, this... I need some ferrite. I've got dehydrogen jelly. Okay. I need a hermetic seal. And how do I make a hermetic seal? I gotta build it. So how do I do it? So install... how do I make the hermetic seal again? Oh boy. What is this? Okay, so... metal plating, okay. Hermetic seal is where? Where do I get that? Nanotubes, warp. Boy, this game, it's like it's such a smart game, it makes you feel dumb. It's like, I don't know what I gotta do here. Where is this thing? What do I... craft a product. Okay. Metal plating? No. So hermetic seal's probably metal plating and something, right? Move and stack, discard, quick transfer, plot route. A map of a nearby planet, the coordinates of... Okay, I'm not there yet. I have to fix this first. So I have my pulse engine part, and now I need to get this, the hermetic seal. Now, where do I get this? Repair it. Cannot build. Missing components. What are the things I gotta get? And where are they? That's my pulse engine. Now, my thruster... I need to get some ferrites. Okay. Okay. What the heck is that? There's some weird thing out there. So how do I get out of here? Exit there. Stress beacon. Such a trip. Wilden tried it. Too much stuff to build. I mean, it's definitely... It's an isolating experience because you have to invest a lot of time to kind of understand it. And once you do... Okay, I repaired it. And I did do that when I reviewed it. It's a very rewarding experience, but there is such a time investment, and it's an impossible thing to show. It's almost like you get lost. You really have to. It's an experiential thing. You just have to get lost in it. So let's search this thing. Oh, I need an Atlas pass. But there's so much cool tech in the game. Okay, it's in my... And there's so many little awesome details. And I know that what they did is they just kept making it better and better. So how do I scan again? I have a scanner. I can't remember how to do it. What is that? A portable refiner. Oh my god. It's been so long, I don't know how to activate anything. Multi-tool. My scanner. How do I do that? How do I use it? Oh, just this? Oh, but then there's a... No, I don't want to shoot him. Sorry, buddy. I shot the dinosaur guy. Apologize. I want to scan you. How do I scan you? Maybe I don't have that yet. I'm pretty early in the game. I'm just trying to get my pieces to my ship together. Let's go looking for ferrite. So some hydrogen over there. Got some of those. Again, very trippy game. Oh, it's ferrite dust. There we go. I'm getting the ferrite that I need. I don't know if this is showing off the performance of the Xbox Series X that well. I'm like, ooh, I'm in my... It's very navel-gazy, this game. But it just keeps expanding, man, because you go from planet to planet. Now you can run into people, you can build bases. It's a lifestyle. You live here in this game. Look at those trippy things. What are those? No, I don't want to go in there. I want to fix it. How do I fix it again? I guess I have to go in there. Okay. Repair. Repair this thing. One of these things I have what I need, which is this. Yes. No, I don't. I have pure ferrite. Oh, I have ferrite dust, which I have to transform into ferrite. I don't know, guys. Okay, I think that's gonna be it. Yes, it is multiplayer. Basement Gaming. Anthem was $5 at Walmart by me, and they had a lot of them. Ouch. Okay, let's see. Let's save it. And we'll pick it up right there, and the next time I play this, I'll have no idea how to play it again. Okay. They really should, like a game like this, it really should just like, here's how you play our game. You want to pick this up and you want to go there, and here's how you press for your scanner, and you want to get your ferrite over there. But this is one of those games where it doesn't hold your hand. Good luck. So we're quitting out. Let's jump into I loaded Costume Quest for my daughter and I to play, but we didn't play. Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy on here? No. Is it? No way. Is it? Oh, no, I don't want that. Oh, right. I plugged in the... all of the games are working, guys. This is the thing. That's hilarious. Okay, the game that does get... There it is. It's loading up. That's nuts. So I just took the hard drive off of the Xbox One X, walked over here, plugged it in, and now I have 140 games across different generations of Xbox. And I'm just going to turn this off. I don't know if they're going to have some weird 2003 hip-hop track in the beginning of this game. Haven't played this since 2003. Crazy. Rest in peace, Eurocom. You made some beautiful games. I have played games in 4K for you2. I don't know if I've seen the ray tracing on Series X yet. I don't know. Nothing that has stood out to me for that. And stuff that I have been playing in 4K, new things, I'm specifically not able to talk about it. And there are still patches and updates coming because the machine hasn't launched yet. So, good question. I definitely will be checking out all of that stuff. The tough thing is I can't stream a lot of that stuff. I can't stream in 4K. Options. Let's see if I can go invert. Yes. Yes. Oh my God, I haven't seen this game in so long. So this is running right off of the hard drive, the regular hard drive. It's not an SSD game. So everything's cleaned up, 1080p. Look at the sharp edges on the text, man. Holy mackerel. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like you had your Xbox hooked up to your TV. It was probably a CRT, your original Xbox. And then you took it over to your really crisp, brand new LCD computer monitor. And you went, oh man, this looks amazing. Yeah, ActNode Sys, I didn't do anything. I just plugged it in, and then I suddenly had all of these different games that I didn't have to do anything. That's so cool, right? I just took it off of my Xbox One X and hooked it up to my Series. That's the way it should be, and it loads right away. So I can't remember any of this stuff. I don't know what's going on in the story. I have a lightsaber, I think. Okay. Mark K, no. Simple and easy, right? John Boko. Tiago Santos, good to see you. Yep, I've got Shenmue. The library of accessible games just grew exponentially just by plugging in that old hard drive. Isn't that cool, Mike Williams, that it just says, okay, well, yeah, these were all attached to your account, so go ahead and have at them. I hope Microsoft continues to add more backwards compatible games from all generations of Xbox, like those Sega games need to move forward, like Jet Set Radio Future and Outrun 2. Absolutely, Abby. And a lot of that old Xbox Live Arcade stuff, it would be rad if all of that was made available as well. Okay, come on. Come on, 20-year-old game. We don't have time for this. We're streaming a 4K 60 frames per second console right now. Everybody wants to see this happen. Want to see what the gameplay is like, but already this looks the best this game has ever looked. Oh, I have to change the camera. Invert horizontal. And here we go. This is from the days when everybody was figuring out how to control this stuff and how to have cameras work properly. I have no weapons, nothing. I don't double jump. Come on. Oh, isn't that funny? The camera is yeah. That's why I became invert. Games like this already is, like the normal is invert. Interesting. So I'm an invert guy, and I reviewed all of these things when they came out. And so if games like this came out and it had inverted controls, that's what I was doing. Okay, press and hold A for a longer jump. Or fall into the lava. No CD required. Okay, I've got flight controls. That's right. That's from Charlie Jordan. Okay, so this works. Let's pop in a different game. Let's see. So I have a big library now that I didn't even know that I had. So I've got Mafia Definitive Edition. That actually looks incredible in 4K. Outer Worlds, Grand Theft Auto 5. I mean, yeah, the world is your oyster here, guys. The original Doom. Red Dead, I have to go grab the disc. There's Forza. Forza's up. Let's check this out. So it takes a second to get it ready. I don't know what it does, though. It has to... I'll take the... Okay, so it takes a minute or two. I don't know what it's doing here. Does anybody know what it's doing here? Is it moving it into the RAM or something like that? Or does it transfer it to the SSD? Or what's happening with this thing? I've got the Metal Gear Solid collection. Yeah. Okay, takes a minute or two. I guess this is a massive game. Okay, so now this has enhancements. What happened? It crashed out. Maybe this has to be on the SSD. It may not run off of the external drive. This is interesting, though. This is all us testing all of this stuff out. Can we hear the Xbox? You want to hear the sound of the Xbox? I've done that already, but I've been streaming since like this is like 4 hours. So I'll do it again. Here we go. It may not... I'm going to turn the Vectrex off, though, because you can hear the Vectrex. It's humming back here. There's an upgrade. Okay, so I have to upgrade. Cool. So that's going to download. I'm going to turn the Vectrex off again. Give me 1 second. Now, this is the sound of the Series X. I think we went online 4 hours ago, so this has been running, and we popped into tons of games. It's cooler than it was before because it's not running any games, and this is how loud it is. Not bad, right? That's like putting your ear right beside the thing, too. It is quiet. It's super quiet. I'm gonna keep my beloved Vectrex off. It's nice to not have that hum. I love that thing, but it was humming, and when it's gone, it's like, it's so quiet. Okay. Nintendo Boy 17. You haven't missed much, man. We've only been streaming for 4 hours. This is going to be a nice video to catch up on. Okay, so there's a lot queuing up here. I'm hitting the internet like crazy. Let's see. So Horizon, that's what they should call it, right? Forza Horizon 4 has to update. Let's see what else we can play right now, and it's a meaningful update, so it's going to have to download. Let's see what we can pop in there. Oh, I've got Halo right. This is going to have to update. Let's see. Let's see what's going on right here. I've taken a look at Jedi Fallen Order. So scroll back a little bit in the vid if you want to check that out. So this has got to update as well. So it's crashing out, and it's not crashing out. It's going back to the front end of the screen. This is playing off the external hard drive, this little green thing right here. But it's recognizing that there is an update or upgrade for the game, and it's going to put it in the queue. Let's see. So something should load up here. Let's see. It might already have done that. Let's see. Yeah, it's doing that right now. Okay, there's a lot in the queue here. So all of this stuff is getting queued. I don't know how much more of these things we're gonna check out. Let's see if there's a game that's just gonna load off of. Oh, you guys can tell me. Here we go. Fallout is almost done. Yeah, you guys definitely want to check out Fallout. Let's see. Last Disciple. I can bet that there's some internet going on elsewhere in the house right now for sure. Do you guys want to check out? You guys tell me. Here's the whole list. Yell out some games you want me to play right now. Alan Wake or Control. Control, I know I'll have to upgrade. It'll add to the queue. I think we got to pick something that's either on the SSD, Panzer Dragoon Orta, Abby Jameson, coming through. Okay, here we go. Right there. Original Xbox. Arkham Knight was the first thing that I played. This one I have the disc, so no Panzer Dragoon Order. That's loaded off of the disc. I think the bigger games mean bigger updates, bigger upgrades. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Metal Gear, Batman, Alan Wake, Hardcore Uprising, Mercenaries, Alan Wake, Metal Gear, San Andreas, Force Unleashed. Force Unleashed. I only got one of those. Star Wars Commando, Return to Arkham, Halo, Arkham, Halo 3, Halo 3. I got a lot of Halos. Let's see if Halo 3 will work. Let's give it a shot. Okay. Let's see. So this will be a little bit enhanced. No consensus. Yeah, it's all over the place. Crimson Skies definitely deserved a sequel or remake. The Champ, I agree 100%. Halo 3 was so incredible. I reviewed this game. Yeah, I think it was Halo 3. I think I reviewed this at Bungie, or I played the whole thing at Bungie, which was surreal. Here we go. It's taking a second to load. I don't know what's going on here. Might have froze. We haven't crashed this thing yet today. This might be it, though. Let's see. Nope. Here it comes. So after this, we'll check out Fallout 4. And I think that's going to do it for the day after Fallout 4. But that's been a nice big taste of this machine in operation. Okay, here we go. Got Marty's music in there. Start solo game. Okay, here we go. Did I fart? No. Do you guys need me to? You dare challenge me with crashes? Series X, John Boko. Yes, very nice. Thursday, November 5th, to be precise. Do I have my pick for Game of the Year yet?
They let me pick.
No, I don't want to call that yet.
Did I ever tell you
Cyberpunk
that?
is definitely in the contention for
Choose
me. I saw
whichever
that Jeff had
Spartan I
to
wanted.
push that to next year, which is unfortunate.
You know,
But I don't want to call
I
Game of
did
the
my
Year until all of the games
Watched
of
as
this
you
year have
became the
been
soldier we needed you to be.
released. So Rocket and Ray Guns will be
Like the others, you were strong. and
before
swift
the
and
holiday, like
brave.
before Christmas holidays.
A natural leader.
But it'll include almost everything that
But
comes out
you
this year.
had something they didn't. Something no one saw but me. Can you guess? Luck.
Here we go. I'm gonna get flagged on the Halo music, Italian.
First squad, you're my scouts.
All right, here we go.
Move out, quiet as you can.
All right, here we go. I don't really notice too much difference. I don't think they game controls, voice, screen settings. They don't have music off function in the game, so that's why I just kept it in there.
Close. Too close.
Johnson, you be
This is the
advised.
basic, but they
Hostiles
did
on the road.
remaster Halo 3, didn't they, Jono?
Got eyes on a over. Say again, Gunny, you're breaking up.
That's included in the Master Chief Collection, isn't it? This just looks like vanilla
Sergeant Major, Phantom inbound.
vanilla Halo 3. But it's working, it's running. Okay. 30 frames per second.
Spread out, you will.
So I wonder if I don't know if the Master Chief Collection does 60 frames per second. So let's go back. So that's the only separated Halo 3 that I have. So I imagine Halo 3 in the Master Chief Collection is the enhanced one. Yes? You guys tell me. Let's see. Yeah, that would have been that. Okay. I was playing Mafia Definitive Edition already on this machine. Okay, cool. This takes me right into it. It would be cool to see you interview Jeff Keighley. I've had Jeff on the show a couple of times. Last year he was on EP Live. But yeah, he's due for a revisit for sure. Awesome, Paul. Thanks for being here, bud. Qbert. So this is cool. So in no time at all, this is a new release. So in no time at all from the Xbox One sort of catalog. Oh, I'm going to turn this off just in case there's some classic licensed music. Right off of the hard drive it plays, which is great. So would you say the Series X is a middle ground between a PlayStation 5 and the Poly Mega, where it can be a new games, but you're mostly getting it for the backwards compatibility? Not anymore, Vaz. That's a great question. Obviously Xbox doesn't have a bunch of their first-party studios ready with new software right out of the gate with the launch of this machine, but they have a massive collection of incredible talent now. And we're going to see, release after release after release. It's going to get incredibly exciting to see what happens to Game Pass and Xbox from here on out. But yes, at launch, this is an amazing device to kind of connect all eras of Xbox, which is great. And Game Pass is an undeniable, brilliant value, Noir mode. Oh, that's cool. I haven't even tried that. Let's turn the brightness up for you guys. So we're going to go up to here, brighter. Okay. And we'll just continue on where I got to. This is Crimson 5106. Love you too, man. Thanks for watching. Watching you and Tommy back on G4. Happy to see you still going. Loved EP. Thank you. Yeah, EP lives. And we will play forever. You can find us here, but stay tuned. The Mangalorean, I like it. Do I need my old 360 discs to play those games on Series X, or will it remember those are in my library and let them play them digitally? For games that you played physically, you need to put the disc in, and then it will update and upgrade them, and you'll be able to play them off the disc. But then I think you can also, and you'll need them again. Yes, it doesn't store them to the hard drive. Oh, this game is so good. Oh, get out of there. Oh, I died too. Bubble Buster's hoping I just started the stream. Nope, we've been streaming for going on 4.5 hours now. Load last checkpoint. It's such a good game. It's so cool. This is it. It's running right here for people that just joined. Xbox Series X, and game is running off of this little hard drive right there. Probably shouldn't move it around while it's playing. So I took this right off of the Xbox One X from my game cave space, walked over here, and plugged it in, and it recognized everything right away. Adrian Leon, that was a good question. That was a G4 decision. They kind of wanted to put Judgment Day into their show kind of, or into their network kind of style. And so we just did a rebrand that kind of fit the aesthetics of what G4 was looking for. But I pitched them as Reviews on the Run. They said, we love the show. We just want to call it Judgment Day and need a new logo. I went, okay, no problem. It's funny. I've said this before on streams, but this is another memory anecdote right here. But we had a great partnership prior to G4 with Discovery. We had Electric Playground on a network called Discovery Science, and it was running weekly, and it did quite well. But I had gone to Discovery Science in August of 2001, or to Discovery, and met with, there must have been a dozen people in the room. And we talked about growing our relationship, and I pitched Entertainment Tomorrow, which was kind of what EP evolved into when we went daily, which was going to be about all sort of the digital, creative space. We were going to talk about movies and special effects and animation and action figures, everything fun, which is EP Daily became that. And then Reviews on the Run was going to be another half hour where we were going to review everything that we were previewing in our other two shows. And they greenlit everything. They were going to go forward with Entertainment Tomorrow, EP, and Reviews on the Run as a 90-minute block on Fridays in 2002. And so we almost launched Reviews with Discovery instead of Judgment Day with G4. But what happened, how do I get in here, was obviously 9/11 happened. And that changed everything for our company and for every company and for the world. But a lot of the people that we were working with at Discovery left. And everything changed. They didn't really want to talk about violent video games on the network, and all of it was totally understandable. Entertainment changed. I mean, Spider-Man changed. You guys remember. But during that time, we had met with G4, and we ended up, repositioning our pitch for Reviews on the Run to G4, and that was the first show that we signed up with those guys. But our path could have been very different if we ended up with 90 minutes on Discovery with those shows. Charlie Jordan, I'll have Jose on real soon, man. Absolutely. Love that guy. He's going to have a baby. He's going to be a dad. I can't believe it. Mortal Kombat 11 stream. This is very washed out for me. Does it look okay for you guys? Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, I've got the brightness really high. Portal Player, good to see you. Okay, so this is running great. This is a great test. Right off of the hard drive on the Xbox One X, just plugged it into the back of the Series X, and boom, I'm in 1930s gangster game. Love it. The aesthetics in this game are just absolutely wonderful. Get these guys. There we go. Okay, I got to lose the cops. That's what I'm doing. They're all after me. So let's lose the cops. Let's actually do that if I can. And then we'll jump into Fallout 4. Yeah, I made some great contacts with Discovery back in the day, Alt Stuff TV. They were a fantastic partner. We were kind of a weird fit, right? This video game show on this science network, but it was really fun content. I mean, that's what I heard again and again from our broadcast partners and from viewers, for sure. Like, not every viewer that watched Electric Playground or Reviews on the Run was as hardcore into games as we all are. And we really introduced them to the world, and the creativity. And I heard it again and again. It's like, I had no idea. And a lot of times I also heard, like, I don't even know what the hell you guys are talking about, but you make such a fun show. And it's so jam-packed with information and interesting people that I want to watch it every time, you know? I actually had a movie critic stop me one time, an older guy that has been reviewing movies forever in Vancouver, and he said, I watch your show every night. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but I love it. You guys are having so much fun, and your production value is crazy, and you talk about all kinds of interesting things, but I don't know what it's about. It's like that. That's incredibly inspiring commentary or feedback, you know, when you're building something. Like you want to appeal to as many people as possible. Okay, come on. Get away from the cops. This is not Burnout Paradise in terms of vehicle control here. Oh, sorry, buddy. Look, never play a video game while you're driving. But do play driving video games. John O'Brother, no, never watched X-Play or... It was always interesting to review something and then to see how other people felt about things. John O'Brother asking if I looked at X-Play to compare our ratings or to see what they did. We never did that prior, but it was, it's always fascinating to see how other critics kind of match up. And I never want to, disparage or trash talk any other critic's opinion on any of this stuff. But it is always interesting to see how you all stack, your commentary and your thoughts on stuff stacks up to other people out there. But yeah, I mean, the truth about criticism is that, people like to throw out you're biased or don't be biased. Oh, I had all that without the audio on. I apologize, guys. That you want to do all this stuff and not have any personal biases and stuff, and you're just like an automaton without any... It's still installing. Okay, let's check out something else. But that's not true. We come to games with biases. We come to entertainment with biases and things that we like and things that we're expecting. And all you can convey in criticism is your own personal viewpoint, your perspective on it. I learned that from Siskel and Ebert. I didn't agree with those guys on every review that they had, but what I admired about them and what inspired Reviews on the Run through them was their personality and their real honest conflict that they would have around opinion and their specific biases, and learning about them enough that you would feel like I'm closer to what Roger Ebert is going to say, or he jibes with film a lot more along my tastes, and that's what I endeavored to develop with Reviews on the Run, and first with Tommy and I, and then with other teams and other matches that we made with our reviewers, so that when people would watch the show, they would know the personalities and they would know their biases and they would get to know them. And so when I would read other criticism or I would get to know other voices out there, it was never from a, stacking my opinion next to there. It was just to see how much of their truth and their real personality was coming through in their criticism. That's the value of criticism. It's not so much to be objective and to place yourself out of context as a person and just comment on something as if it's just a product, especially when it relates to creative work like this. You need to know who that person is. I feel that's more valuable, I find. That's what we've created with our shows. You need to feel like you know the person and why they feel a certain way about a certain thing. Maybe that's less true when you're talking about a piece of technology, but I think when you're talking about art, it's incredibly important to kind of, and you're looking for an assessment on that art, it's incredibly important to have an understanding of who that human being is. Anyways, life lessons, Cosmo Afterlife 71. Well, you do this long enough and you think about all of this stuff, right? Okay, here we go. What was I playing? Fallout 4. Here we go. I buy digital. Look at you. Hey, Vic, I was just curious how Watch Dogs runs on Series X, 60 frames per second, or is the optimization patch still coming down the pike? I can't talk about it, my friend. But stay tuned. I will stream Watch Dogs soon. When I did the review of Watch Dogs, I cut that one, right. It's all blurring now. I'm in Game Avalanche thing. So all of that footage was off of the Xbox One X. So I'll run some of that footage when I stream. I wish I could stream in 4K. We're at that precipice. It sucks. I wish all of it was ready now. I wish I had all the tech to be able to just flip a switch and you guys could all see it in HDR and everything, because you're not really getting the full picture at all in a stream. And I don't even know how I would do it properly in edited videos. But yeah, no, I can't talk. I'm under embargo. Okay, Fallout 4 is what I'm playing, right? Okay, here we go. But thank you so much for the super chat, brother. You are fantastic. And thank you for your long support. Fallout 4, where did I put it? I don't see it. Where is it? Oh, it's in the drive, right? Okay, so do I go back to? Oh, there it is. It was already loaded. Okay. Vic, did you get your PS5 yet? And if so, when will you review? I don't have it today, but stay tuned. I'm out. Love the content, Vic, and great stream. Thank you for showing off the console. Oh, thanks for being here, XGR. Portal Player, what's the point of an embargo now? They have let anyone stream the Series X for a long time. If I have embargoes, it's about the patches not being ready yet. It's not so much that the software isn't out there, and I've already been able to review Watch Dogs, but hypothetically, some improvements and enhancements haven't been applied. These machines are not available yet, and so the developers are hustling to get everything ready to light up with launch, kind of. And it's a lot of work. Okay, loving this format of just hanging out and streaming. Great stuff. Thanks for taking the time, Mike C. Yeah, I mean, I could have spent all of this day editing, or all of yesterday, editing a piece that kind of showed off various aspects, but I felt like a good use of time would be to just hang out with you guys, show you a bunch of games running, even though it's not in 4K and 10 and HDR, but give you guys a sense of what it's like to live with this machine. I'm just happy that I can finally like make this my mothership. Invert Y in my mothership Xbox now. Okay, so is there other stuff? Settings, gameplay, display, crosshair, HUD, H color, Pip-Boy. Okay, all right. Here we go. I'm going to turn the volume on in a second here. Here we go. And let's go. Boom. For you, FYI to everyone, Walmart announced today that PS5 and Series X will not be available physically in-store on launch due to COVID, online only. I buy digital. Yeah, that was announced. Thank you, buddy, and thank you again for the super chat. You were so generous and kind. I really appreciate that. Oh, yeah, this is where I got stuck in this game. 30 frames. This looks like an Xbox One game right now, right? Yeah, it's been announced that you can only get the stuff digitally, the new machines, and it's been a pandemic this year, so I don't know if enough consoles got made to satisfy demand out there, but keep trying all the digital stores, Hopefully they've ramped up production and they're going to sort of acknowledge that everybody wants to get on board with these new machines. Hey, Vic, we all know you really want to shelf the Series X and play Spider-Man Miles Morales on PS5. I will have some thoughts on a superhero game tomorrow. And I will have some thoughts on the PS5 soon. That's all I can say about that. So does this look enhanced? I mean, it's 1080p. Doesn't look like I have any... Oh, that's cool. I forgot you can play third person in Fallout. It's pretty damn smooth. Maybe it's locked at 30 right now? Because I know that this is a game that has some performance issues. Man, I haven't played this in so long. So many great games in the library. Oh my goodness. Rad X has worn off. My wine has worn off. Oh man, time for more wine. Oh, look at these guys. Yeah, there we go. Where was the audio there? That was weird. Oh, no APs. The gunshots aren't there. There it is. Does it sound okay? Ooh, this guy's tough. Go. Oh, I probably should have a, oh, no, not that. No, not that. What is it? Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, missing some sounds. 30 frames per second looks kind of gross. How is the controller? The controller is phenomenal. I love this controller. It's got a grippy surface, grippy texture on the back, grippy texture on the triggers. The share button, incredibly easy to use. And it just feels perfect in the hand. Doesn't feel much different from the Xbox One controller. But I really dug it. And the D-pad is pretty slick as well. It's got a new D-pad with it. But yeah, great design, and it's been a blast. It's been hard to put this down and go back to my regular Xbox One controller. Not that the Xbox One controller is bad in any way. It's just that this definitely feels like a step up. A marginal one, though. Not a massive, like, rejiggering of everything. Okay, I'm going to do one more game. I'm going to let you guys decide, and then that's going to be it for streaming today. I actually have to get on with playing some stuff so that I can review it. So you guys let me know. PUBG. Let's see what we got here. So I got one vote for PUBG. You guys, here's my list. Oh, actually, PUBG hasn't queued up yet. PUBG hasn't loaded up because I have a whole bunch in the queue right here. It's loading up right now. So it's not going to be these three. Oh, thank you, Joshua. Hey, Vic, do you think that this will be the last big console launch with only pro versions coming out and a strong push for cloud gaming? I think this will be the last console launch that there's a CD slot or a Blu-ray slot for these devices. I think that we're probably moving towards next gen, because it's going to be hard to kind of break this pattern of us getting excited for a new piece of hardware like this. Apple does it and Google does it. All these other companies do it every year with phones. And there's an analogy there through graphics cards and stuff like that. But I do believe that subscription to software will be more important ultimately than hardware sales. But there's still an attractiveness and a cycle of collecting hardware that is going to be hard to break in games. And so I think what we'll probably do is transition to maybe one or two more cycles of diskless or physical media-less devices that will stream, but you can also download to, with amazing graphics cards and stuff like that. And then eventually, yes, it will all be tethered to cloud. And I think your experience and how they will tier it will be based on the speed of your bandwidth that you pay for every month. So, but you know, we're projecting probably 10 years into the future at this point, and maybe more. And all the while, like, don't get me wrong, you know, Amazon getting into cloud gaming, Facebook getting into cloud gaming, Microsoft's already there, Google's already there, Sony's already there. Nintendo is there now. Like, it is going to become a much bigger play in games very, very soon. You know, Stadia hasn't really capitalized on its potential yet, but it's going to become a huge part of games quickly. Okay, so what do we got here? Any choices, Vic? This has been one of your best episodes. Oh, thank you, Goku. If it's hours long, is it an episode? This feels like you're binging a season of Vic right now. It's like Netflix is going, are you still watching? You still watching this guy? The Last Disciple, Vic, I hope you don't mind me asking, are you, as you get older, do you find you're as sharp at playing games as you once were, say, 20 years ago? You can ask that, Last Disciple. I think my skills are pretty much the same because I don't play and never have really played to be super competitive. And part of that, I think, is the push towards us playing stuff online. So I've always sort of shot for, like, if I get into the middle ground when I play a Call of Duty game or whatever, I'm like, okay, that's cool. A lot of these people are on this game every day and this is all they play. So if I get into the middle, it's like, okay, I'm there. And so that hasn't really changed as I've gotten older because I play all the time, right? So my skills around this stuff, it's like this is the go-to sort of access point to entertainment that I have. And so I haven't really noticed that. I think I probably would notice it, though, if I was playing, and I'll probably get my butt kicked from my daughter soon, and that will sort of come into focus sharply for me. But if I was playing regularly with people locally, and I was, let's say, had a team of some younger folks that we're playing games with, and I think if I measured my skills next to those local competitions, it would probably hit me square in the face that I've gotten older playing games. But what the hell? You can't stop the clock, man. All you can do is play forever, right? And that's my motto. That's my legit intention. But good question. Luis Arias, good to see you, my friend. Josh Gambino, it's nice to just kick back and chat with the community, right? We have the best chat on the internet. That's what I'm saying. We don't have entitled, snarky, jerky commentators here. We have fantastic people that have been gaming for a while or appreciate like conversation around this stuff. It's not like a bunch of haters, and you guys have known what I've tried to do with EP all the way along, right? I've tried to open the world of this industry and this medium to as many people as possible. And somehow you found the show and you've been along for the ride. And you guys have found me here on YouTube, and I appreciate it like crazy. But yeah, wonderful people. And, God, I'm lucky to have you guys. But all right, I'm going to play one more thing here. And then that's it, because at some point a stream has got to end. You know what I'm saying? And before it becomes a marathon or a telethon. Actually, oh no, those are groups. I thought those were something I had installed. No, we don't want more Fallout. Not right now. Okay. Peggle. No, we're not ending with Peggle. That's funny. When I visited Valve, I think they had already bought Peggle. When I visited Valve years ago, and Peggle had come out, and they were all working on I guess it was Half-Life 2 or Half-Life something. All the developers were like, there were a bunch playing Peggle, and they were all like, we really hope we can make a game that's as fun as Peggle. We really hope we can get there one day. And I just remember, okay, Jedi Fallen Order. Transformers Devastation is in there, yes. I love Platinum. I love those guys so much. I don't know if it'll load up right away. Split Second. I don't have Split Second on here, do I? Oh, I probably do, but it's attached to the disc. I'm not going to go digging for the disc right now. Star Wars Republic. No, let you guys choose. Fallen Order. I got 2 for Jedi. You know what? iBuyDigital gets the call for sure. He's been so kind to me with Super Chats, 100%. So we're going to jump back into Jedi Fallen Order. Let's check this out some more. This might quick resume. Let's see. Yes, it does. All right, so you guys know it was hours ago and many games ago that I played Jedi Fallen Order, but here we are. We're right back. Hey, man, I miss your show on City TV. Any chance that you're going to be on TV again? Of course there's a chance that I'm going to be on TV again. I just did an interview for CNN. I don't know if that's... Actually, that will be on TV. That's going to be on a bunch of affiliates and stuff. It's just a short little, quick little piece. But I have very interesting conversations all the time. It's just that the media business has changed dramatically since everybody decided that YouTube and Twitch was the only way that people were ever going to get information about this stuff. Now, it's changed again during this pandemic. This has been a huge year for media kind of lifting its eyeballs. And I mean, we're seeing that G4 is coming back, and Ven is out there right now. There's other things cooking. But this has been a huge year for a lot of these media giants to kind of open their eyes and realize, wait a second, maybe we don't have to give it all to... past this? We don't have to give it all to Twitch and YouTube. And they don't. What's missing in media is what EP always was, and that was a talented team of people that worked really hard to go and visit all of the creators in the space to get behind the scenes and to make fun content that sort of gave us an insider's look, but also a very accessible look into this fantastic medium, you know? And demystified it, but also, I think, championed it and honored it, you know? And nobody's been able to crack that like we've cracked it. We became a mainstream brand, and we were on tons and tons of stations and networks. But I get it, man. Like, advertisers all shifted digital. They all went to YouTube and Twitch, and TV became less a priority for them, and so that sort of movement of advertisers shifted the priority for television outlets. And then G4 failed as well, which I think was a huge warning shot around the television industry. But I think it's silly. Goku, man, thank you so much. This is just because you're the most genuine, authentic gaming personality on YouTube. Keep being... Oh, that's so kind, man. Thank you. I think what's happened is that now we have a million singular entities like myself out there, all on soapboxes and platforms on this platform, which is incredible, by the way. I love that we get to do this. And by the way, whatever happens with EP, however we change and evolve, this is now a part of the DNA of what we do forever and always, you know. But more can be done, and I think that there is an absence in editorialized, curated, cultivated, community-based discussion, you know, where you're working with a team of talented storytellers to craft regular conversations around the medium. And that's what I want to do again. I mean, we did it before. We left the stage. Nobody really took the stage. And I look back at our content through the years, particularly when we went daily, you know. I think that in the 2010 to 2014 time frame, some really strong content, both with EP and Reviews on the Run as daily shows. And I mean, I would watch those shows. Were I not making them, were I not a part of them, I would be like, oh my God, these are my shows. I love this kind of content. And nobody is doing that. And so I'd like to do that. So we'll see. I have interesting conversations, but of course everybody is in a different space now, right? Like, it's the concerns are there, the risks, the sort of preconceived risks around this stuff. It's all there, and I think a big part of it too is, like, if you're gonna make television, you don't want to make what's on YouTube and Twitch and try to make that on TV. You want to make it something different for TV, right? I buy digital. Oh man, you are amazing. Thank you very much. I love those little stickers. Those are so darn cute. Okay, so these guys are shooting me. Okay, here we go. This is really fun to play. Alright, so I got... Here we go. Oh. I keep pressing that. I want to play this again from beginning to end on this platform. So I'm playing this in 60 frames per second now. That's the boost that you're getting. It's still 1080p. But... Oh, damn it. But I start right back there. It is gorgeous on a 4K display. It was like, when I saw it, you know, gorgeous. And same with Titanfall 2, which I streamed earlier today as well. Stunning games. Okay. So, when I get the PlayStation 5, shall I do this again, this kind of thing? Do you guys want to, like, spend the afternoon just chilling and chatting about what the PS5 is all about? I'm down for that if you guys want it. Or the other option is I do kind of the oh, what's this guy got? I do like what I did with the Oculus Quest and just sort of dive into it and put a video package together. Stream, hell yes, yes, okay. I think we got a good thing here, right? Like, this technology allows for that. It allows me to be, you know, pretty thorough on giving a look at all this stuff, and honestly, I get to answer some questions with you guys in real time, which is pretty damn cool. Okay, so I didn't make this jump last time, I think. I fell. Is that right? Okay, I did it. Okay, here we go. So good. You know what? I have music going. Respawn is so slick, man. They're so good at making games. Oh, I didn't save it. There we go. Gorgeous. I froze the rat. So good.
Movement ahead.
Just you and me now.
Yes. Woo. So they used. There's a lot of people from Sony, including Stig, who was the game director, that came from the God of War days. So there's some God of War pedigree in the combat in this game. That's why it's so addictive, so cool. Okay, so I got to this new checkpoint. All right. I will start with the bot game for the PlayStation 5. Yes. Okay, so we are going to upgrade. Shall I upgrade? Yeah. Okay. Do I have any points? I have 1 skill point. Oh, no skill points. Okay, so we're going to rest, right? Cool. And then I'll save. I think the Series X handled itself admirably today. What do you guys think? Actually, I won't turn it off. Right? This little baby. I've been working nonstop on this thing all day today. Bouncing from game to game, plugged in the hard drive, put the microphone up to it. It's quiet as heck. Had to turn off the Vectrex because it was making too much buzzing noises, too many buzzing noises behind me. But yeah, this was a hell of a day, man. I really had a good time doing this. I've never done this before. I've never had a console launch where I've just sat down and hung out with the audience, you know, hung out with you guys. But I think Xbox has got a big winner here. I've got more playtime. I've got games that I'm going to be playing start to finish on this machine. I'll have, well, that Vectrex ain't going anywhere. We'll turn it back on again. But yes, it was nice to have a little bit more silence in here. But yeah, loving this thing so far. It certainly feels like a nice big boost of an upgrade coming off of even the Xbox One X, which was a powerful last generation system. Can you believe it? I wish I could show you guys everything in 4K and HDR. Trust me, that is part of the upgrade path for EP as well, is to be able to share all of this stuff in even better, fidelity. But I certainly endeavor to come back and talk to you guys about all of that stuff. And I'll have some more thoughts on this machine. I'll have some thoughts on the PlayStation 5 soon. We've got more reviews coming your way and a bunch of new interviews. Make sure you guys are all signed up and subscribed to our audio podcast of Vic's Basement as well. And if you guys can write some reviews on Apple or Spotify or wherever you find the podcast, it helps a ton. Definitely give us the thumbs up. I got a bunch of thumbs up right there from Cosmo Afterlife 71. Share the content, share the channel wherever you would like to. That helps in a huge way. But thank you to the new subscribers and the new members that signed up today, and all of you super chatters and every one of the existing EPN members that joined in for bits of today. I know this was a long one, but thank you all. We'll see you soon. Actually, we'll see you tomorrow. And until then, play forever.